can put it maybe there, I don't know.
Commission? She will assist you with it.
And they go. I
Good morning, Mr. Sikakane. Your mic is off.
Morning, Chairperson and the Commissioners.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, both those physically present before us and those watching remotely.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll be assisted by Advocate Musikini. Today we have Chief Yolanda Faro, who's the Chief of Police for the Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department. She's going to give evidence in that stream. She's prepared a statement, but maybe she could take an oath. You can administer the oath for us, Chair.
Thank you. What do we call you? Do we call you Commissioner or do we call you Chief?
Good morning, Chairperson and Commissioners. You might call me Commissioner.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Commissioner. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Kakan.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, apologies, you may have 7 files before you, and the witness has them, but I will try to keep it to a minimum.
Which ones should we have immediately?
At this point, please take file 1, which has got the statement and annexures. Could you also take that?
Thank you. You'll take us to the rest when the time comes.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Thank
I think
you.
it's better that way. Ms. Farrow, I do apologize. I may say Commissioner and Chief. I'll try to stick to one. Commissioner Farrow, you've got the statement that is 23 pages in front of you, starting at page 1. Could you confirm whether that is your statement and you stand by it?
Yes, I do, and I stand by it.
Please go to the last page, page 23 of that statement. Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
All right. In terms of process, what I'd like us to do is for you to go through your statement, which you've prepared, take us through with the commissioners and the public, and explain where you need to or elaborate where you need to. At this point, we'll try and not interfere a lot, but we will try, at some point the commissioners may well ask questions or I may have questions. And thereafter we'll then probe in line with our terms of reference and questions. Thank you. Please start.
Before you start, Commissioner, Mr. Skakane, please pull the mic closer to you if your devices will permit. Thank you.
Is that fine? Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Commissioners. I will start with my table of content. I will do an introduction. Then I will do a background and appointment, and my role as the TMPD. C, I will do procurement and best practices. Handover of asset protection to TMPD, also known as APSS. I will then also touch on D, TMPD 02, 2016/2017, security services, request for additional funding, aftermath of stopping ad hoc services, and under E, I will touch on TMPD 012024/2025, land invasion, and then I will start with my concluding remarks. Introduction. I, the undersigned, Yolanda Catherine Renee Faru, do hereby make oath and say that I am an adult female residing in Pretoria. My place of work is the Tshwane Metro Police Department headquarters, and that is in Pretoria West. Having assumed the role of the Commissioner of Tshwane Metro Police on the 1st of October 2023. Save where otherwise stated, or where it appears from the context to the contrary, the facts contained herein are within my personal knowledge and are, to the best of my knowledge and belief, both true and correct, and I do swear positively thereto. In respect of my time before my appointment, I rely mostly on documents which I have accessed to by virtue of my position, and which are under my control. Over the course of my position, I have consulted officials under me to obtain more information and context in relation to certain matters, particularly set out below. Where I make reference to the regulatory framework that is based on my interpretation and how such has been applied. I do not understand that the statement requires me to make legal submissions and accordingly refrain from doing so. I depose to the statement to assist the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference and Corruption in the criminal justice system arising from the specific allegation made public by Lieutenant General Kwanazi on 6 July 2025. I do not intend to be verbose in the statement and will try to deal with specific areas of concern relevant to the terms of reference of the Commission. Recently, I have observed certain things within the Tshwane Metro Police Department, also TMPD, which has led me to take certain corrective steps and where necessary consequence management are in progress. However, over the past weeks, I have come to learn with great shock and dismay on what was apparently taking place in the TMPD, whether it was before my tenure or whether it was now in this time. It is not, it would seem, issues of irregularities, but clear systems of siphoning of money and criminal activities. The structure.
Sorry, Commissioner. I'm just thinking you are saying siphoning of money both before and during your tenure are matters that you, or rather is a matter you became aware of now recently. What do you think a commissioner needs to do to be aware of such a phenomenon as and when it arises?
Chairperson.
Well, I'm just thinking if there was no Madlanga Commission, when would you have become aware of this phenomenon?
Chairperson, I will indicate in terms of the stopping at the ad hoc, and I will explain when it will make sense and the picture will get clearer. In terms of I was appointed as the Commissioner of Tshwane Metro Police Department. And the matter that we are referring to, it mostly is the APSS. So I will delve into that, and I will also recommendations and then also corrective measures and also moving forward. I will definitely be part of my statement, and I will go into detail in that regard.
Let's leave it for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Maybe just to follow up from what the chairperson is saying, would I be correct to say that you, as the chairperson may well be saying, is that you've been following the commission and the testimonies of witnesses?
When I had time, I did follow the commission. I have a little bit of insomnia, so yes, I did, but not all the time. But obviously when it became alarming to me was 18 March at the end of the commission, and then 19 March. And then I will also then say what action I took immediately 20 March. So yes, mostly was for me concerning, although it isn't concerning when it comes to any law enforcement department, because you do look into it and then see if those things are happening in your department. So you don't just look at the commission where other matters was highlighted and you think it's, as long as they don't mention my department, it's not in my department. You do need to go see what is happening in your department. So in terms of that, yes, I did follow the commission.
Thank you. Please continue.
The structure of the statement is as follows. First, I deal with my appointment. That will be 8.1. 8.2, second, I deal at a high level with the procurement prescripts and my understanding. 8.3, third, I will deal with TMPD 02, 2016/2017, which is the controversial tender for physical guarding of the City of Tshwane assets. 8.4, fourth, I deal with TMPD 01, 2024-2025, which relates to the prevention of unlawful occupation and illegal occupiers of the city's assets. Now, the name of that tender is land invasion. 8.5, fifth and last, I would then like the Commission to allow me to make some concluding remarks. And then 9, I want to again just put it on record. I will assist the Commission as best as I can, including elaborating beyond the statement as may be required, and also if I have the information with me, but also if I don't have it, I will also submit if I have to. So let me start with my background and appointment. I'm currently, as I said, employed as a Chief of Police for the Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department from the 1st of October 2023. I started my law enforcement career in Cape Town in 1998. I was employed by the City of Cape Town Traffic Services, and I was working my way up until I was a Deputy Commissioner. From Deputy Commissioner, I was acting as the Chief of Police from February 2016 until I left the employ of the City of Cape Town to start up, operationalize the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro Police Department. They were established, but they were not operationalized yet. So during that time, when I was in Nelson Mandela Bay, coming from Cape Town, going to Nelson Mandela Bay, it was quite a rude awakening. When I came to Nelson Mandela Bay, in terms of the staff, in terms of resources, in terms of putting systems in place, etc. I was there until I had a 5-year contract, and I was there until my contract obviously ran out. Then I applied by the City of Tshwane when I saw the position in the newspaper for the Chief of Police position at the Tshwane Metro Police Department. I was successful, and I started there first, as I said, 1st of October 2023. My qualifications include a National Diploma in Policing and also a BTEC degree in Policing, both from UNISA. I have a Traffic Diploma, cum laude, that I obtained at Jean Louw Traffic College in Brackenfell in Cape Town. And then I also did my Municipal Police qualifications at the SAPS Philippi College, also in Cape Town. Currently, Commissioners, I'm the only female Metro Police Commissioner in the country, and also the National Chairperson of the Metro Police Commissioners Forum, which is convened on a quarterly basis around the country where Metro Police departments are established. And I was also appointed as the Gauteng Province Community Safety Champion of Integration. I'm in possession of my security clearance certificate, which is on the level of top secret. It was renewed on the 3rd of December 2025, and it will be valid till the 31st of December 2030. I will now move over to my role at the TMPD. TMPD was established in April.
Sorry, Commissioner, just to check mathematically, would you say that's over 15 years or so experience in the municipal policing environment?
It's actually more.
More. Okay. Thank you.
My role at the TMPD was established, the TMPD was established in April 2002 in terms of Section 64A of the South African Police Service Act, number 68 of 1995, as amended. Like other Metro Municipal Police Service, the TMPD's function include traffic policing, bylaw enforcement, and crime prevention. I'm appointed as the executive head of the TMPD as per Section 64C of the Act, and in my role as such, I'm the Chief of Police for the TMPD. I exercise control over the entire TMPD, and I'm accountable to the Chief Executive Officer or the City Manager as per Section 64B of the Act. I'm an employee and official within the City of Tshwane Municipality Directorate, Community Safety. My rank and my designation is that of a Commissioner.
Commissioner, before you proceed, in practical terms, what does it mean that you are accountable to the city manager? In practical terms, what does that mean?
Thank you, Commissioner. That is in terms of the SAPS Act. The city manager will be my administrative head.
I asked the question because we've had a debate, if you like, in respect of Ekurhuleni, where there were issues about the power to appoint and the delegation of powers being removed and moved around, the instance of the city manager, and it turned on what does it mean that the chief of police is accountable to the city manager. Does it mean the city manager can, for example, step in and make appointments where the Act says you're responsible for making appointments as chief of police, but the city manager is the accounting officer, and therefore the bearer ultimately of authority as CEO of the institution? Can she step in and make appointments that the SAPS Act says you are responsible for? So when I say practically, what does it mean? I'm trying to resolve that question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Although I'm the only one that's accountable to the city manager, the city manager cannot step in and start appointing my subordinates. I am the, if you look at the Act, if I'm coming to that, is that by my functions is the next that I under 64C, 2A, 2H is my functions under the Act. And it clearly says that I'm responsible for recruitment, appointment, promotion, and the transfer of members of the Municipal Police Service. It's straight out of the Act, Commissioner. So the city manager is just responsible for my appointment, and then my appointment must be endorsed by the council, city council. So you take it to council, and then they will endorse my appointment. So no, he cannot. The Act is very, very clear. I'm responsible for recruitment, appointment, promotion, and the transfer of members of the TMPD.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. My role and functions are set out in Section 64C, 2A, 2H. And I'm just going to briefly, I'm not going to put everything down, which I think is important for the Commission. I must maintain an impartial, accountable, transparent, and efficient municipal police service. Number 2, I already, but I will reiterate, I'm responsible for the recruitment, appointment, promotion, and the transfer of members of the Municipal Police Service. Number 3, I'm responsible for managing discipline of the Municipal Police Service. And then number 4 is just in terms of the annual policing plan, that I must make sure that that plan who sets out the priorities and objectives of the TMPD for the following financial year, provided that that plan, insofar it relates to prevention of crime, shall be developed in cooperation with SAP. So that plan we do every year, each and every commissioner on their own, but you must do it in hand with the provincial commissioner wherever you are deployed. And the provincial commissioner will sign off your annual police plan. Then in terms of 16.5, perform such duties as may from time to time be imposed by the chief executive officer, city manager or municipality, city manager of the municipality. So that means that the city manager can request or impose certain duties. And I'm the only one, as you can see, Commissioner, 16.5 is not saying and the Metro Police officers. It's only myself when it comes to the city manager. Then in terms of 17, over and above the aforesaid, my responsibilities are set out in my employment contract and relevant instrument which the applicable regulations and performance standards and plans, meaning that I sign a performance agreement and there is certain performance targets that I must meet. I must also, that is also hand in hand with the IDP of your municipality, the SDBIP, and you must make sure that you perform accordingly. And then in terms of 17, over and above the aforesaid, my responsibilities are set out. I think I've mentioned that one.
Sorry, Commissioner, maybe before you go further, I just wanted to highlight, would part of those instruments include the MFMA, the Municipal Finance Management Act?
Yes, it was also the Municipal Finance Management Act.
Okay.
Operational budget as well as capital budget.
Thank you.
Then in terms of 18, consequently, I have ultimate responsibility for all the operations of the TMPD as prescribed by the Act in executing of my duties. I am assisted by 4 appointed deputy commissioners, and I've got 1 vacant acting deputy commissioner post. If the commissioners will just allow me, I just want to elaborate a little bit when it comes to that, in terms of the responsibilities of the deputy commissioners that was appointed. I've got Deputy Commissioner Nomsa Nhlapo. She's responsible for regional policing. Now, regional policing in the city of Tshwane, I've got 7 regions in the city of Tshwane, of which region 1 is my Sosanguve, my Rietgat, Waatle, Mabopane, Roslyn, Interveld, and Garankuwa. That is region 1. Region 2, in terms of the city of Tshwane, is my Hammanskraal, Wonderboom, Sinnerville, Temba, etc. Region 3 is where we are, CBD, Sunnyside, Hatfield, Arcadia, Atteridgeville. And region 4, Centurion, Oliven, that is my region 4, and all the others that goes with it. Region 5 and 7 is together because it's, if you look at Cullinan is region 5, and then we just put it together with Bronkhorstspruit. And then number 6 is Mamelodi and Eersterust. Those are the reasons that Deputy Commissioner Nomsa Nhlapo is responsible for. She's got 36 regional officers, same like the police stations we have in the city of Tshwane. She must make sure that she's got the deployment where the community are. So that we make sure that you're in the region and not deployed maybe from the headquarters in Pretoria West. In terms of Region 3, Pretoria West is also part of Region 3. Then in terms of Deputy Commissioner Son Bollys, he will also come before this committee because he was the caretaker from 1st of July 2024 until 28th of February 2025 of the APSS. So Deputy Commissioner Son Bollys is responsible for training and innovation, and he is also standing in as being my staff officer. Training and innovation is not only for when we have basic intake, it's also to make sure the skills of the Metro Police are sharpened. And we make sure that they are aware of if there's any regulation that changes or any act, and then refresher training, firearm shooting training, all of that to make sure that the officer can do his or her work outside. In terms of the Deputy Commissioner, Umasi Dlamini, his responsibilities is administration and support, of which finance, fleet, HR-related matters, as well as internal affairs. Then there's Deputy Commissioner Revo Spies. I'm sure everybody knows Revo Spies by now.
So 18.3, Deputy Commissioner Umashi Dlamini, does procurement fall under any of what you have itemized?
So say again, Commissioner.
Does procurement fall under any of the matters that you've itemized?
In terms of Deputy Commissioner Umasi Dlamini?
Yes.
Yes. Deputy Commissioner Umasi Dlamini is responsible for all administration and support, even if it comes to ARTO, if it comes to uniform, if it comes to supply chain management. So anything other than the operational field and APSS, he is responsible for.
Yeah, you're probably aware why I'm asking that question. I'm asking that question because evidence of the exchange of emails between Deputy Commissioner Dlamini and the CFO, Mr. Mnisi, has been laid before this commission. And that evidence related to procurement. So that's why I'm asking the question that I've just asked.
Yes, he's also responsible for procurement, is also falling under him.
Thank you.
But I'm sure, Commissioner, when we come to that, we will zoom in and then I can actually put it in context.
All right.
In terms of
Thank you.
where he was responsible and then if that also is part of his duties. So
Thank you.
I will assist the Commission in that regard.
Thank you.
In terms of Deputy Commissioner Revo Spies, he is responsible for the Asset Protection and Security Services department within the Tshwane Metropolis department. So if I say he's responsible for asset protection and security services, I refer to the assets of the municipality, whether it's the reservoirs, whether it is the substations, whether it is the libraries, whether it is any building of the municipality. He must make sure that there is no vandalism, no theft, no break-ins, and he must work hand in hand with the COO, which is the custodian of those assets. He is also responsible for the personnel to make sure they are safe where they are. That is his function. In terms of 8.5, Deputy Commissioner position for specialized policing is currently vacant. However, I've got an acting Deputy Commissioner there, Simon Mochwane. Now, the specialized services is all the units within the Tshwane Metropolis Department, whether it's the freeway, whether it is the social crime prevention, whether it is cable theft, whether it is the ones that is dealing with the drug-related matters. All those units is under the Deputy Commissioner of Specialized Services.
And there are overlaps between that and 18.1, the Deputy Commissioner responsible for regional policing.
The deputy responsible for regional policing is performing the three functions. She must make sure within a region she's doing the traffic enforcement, the bylaw enforcement, and the crime prevention. However, when something is complex, we send the units in. Because if you're only going to be work shifts, so if I'm going to deal with a complaint and I'm on rest day and I'm on night shift, then that complaint never gets dealt with. But if I give, for example, a bylaw complaint where you need to issue a fine, you need to follow up after 7 days, you need to make sure you then, because otherwise if you don't have that unit, sometimes the the staff is not, I'm on arrest day, I don't hand over, the next one is giving a fine again, and that complaint gets never ever solved. They specializing in whatever complaints that we're dealing with, and they also make sure that whatever the complaint is, it's a long-term complaint, it runs its conclusion.
Thank you.
So you are correct, they do overlap. I do encourage, if they sit and plan, that if you have a drug problem in your region, you must make sure that you sit with your counterpart, whether it's the DOC unit, whether it is the unit that also assists with the drug-related, if it's at schools that you want maybe talks, you get social crime prevention in, that is a unit. So all that is, we encourage to do that because they won't be able to do all of those on their own. Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, Commissioner, thank you. Just to interrupt you before you go to paragraph 19, can I just ask you a few questions around your deputy commissioners?
Ms. Umay?
If all of them, that's Nomsa, Sean Police, Umashi, and Rivers Peace, and the acting, how long have they been with the TMPD individually?
I appointed 3 deputies in my since 1st of October 2023 to date.
Sorry, I beg your pardon?
I appointed 3 of the deputies.
Okay.
I appointed Deputy Commissioner Nomsa and Slapo, 1st of June 2024. Together with Deputy Commissioner Son Bolais, they were appointed the same date. In terms of Deputy Commissioner Rivo Spies, I appointed him 1st of March 2025. Then in terms of Deputy Commissioner Umazi Dlamini, when I came, he was already at the TMPD Metro Police Department. And then in terms of the acting Deputy Commissioner Simon Mchwane, I've appointed him to act in that position until I'm going to fill that position.
And how long was Umashi Dlamini? How long has he been?
I think very, very long, since the inception of the TMPT.
Okay.
He's been a deputy commissioner in a very, very long time. He's been staff officer with then chief, the late Chief Ngumbeni, and then he was with Commissioner Johanna Nkomo. So he is really for a very, very, very long time in the Tshwane Metro Police Department.
Thank you.
He's the longest serving deputy commissioner.
Longest serving. Okay. And then in terms of Mr. Spies, or Commissioner Spies, we understand that he had retired. Can you just explain how he got back to your unit?
He applied. The post was
He applied.
advertised.
Okay.
And he was the most competent person in the interview. He was exemplary in the interview.
Okay.
So he was the best candidate,
Was the best candidate.
definitely the best candidate. That's why he was appointed.
Thank you.
Just before you leave the issue of the deputies, good morning, Commissioner Faru.
Good morning, Commissioner Kumalo.
In what I have renumbered 13.1, you say you are in possession of security clearance and you say it's a top level clearance. It's on page 5 of your statement. So I wanted to ask you, do your deputies also have in their possession the security clearance?
Commissioner, I'm going to be very honest with you. Not all of the deputies has got the clearance, SSA clearance.
Why is that? Is it a requirement or is it not a requirement?
As I said, it is a teething process to get your clearance. That is why I'm doing my clearance through SSA. It is a very long process also to do it. However, the commissioners of the Metro Police, the deputies of the Metro Police, the brigadiers of the Metro Police, they should all have this clearance. I know some of the deputies don't have. It was brought under my attention. Some were supposed to go and or one was supposed to go and did not go. I know of that. In terms of the others, I know that they do have, and then maybe theirs must just be renewed.
But if they are your subordinates, is it not your responsibility to ensure that they have security clearance? Because in the earlier paragraphs, I think it's paragraph 7, you raised an issue about criminality and you say it shocked and dismayed you because the issues that have come out of this commission, according to you, amount to siphoning of money and criminal activities. And one of the people against whom these accusations are leveled is a deputy within the TMPD. So why has he not been subjected to a form of vetting or security clearance?
Commissioner, that is one of the things that we will have to sharpen up. I think we must be honest when we come to this commission. Maybe we have taken it for granted. This is one of the things that must be compulsory. When I applied by the City of Tshwane, it was compulsory. It was one of what it was in the advertisement or one of the requirements that said that you must be security cleared. So I think it's important that this is one of the things that we will have to sharpen on, and then it should be from the start.
Commissioner, can you please flag that it really should not wait for recommendations from this commission? You are responsible for appointment of deputies, so you should look into that. You don't have to wait for a report from this commission. And then on the issue of the members of the TMPD, I'm not talking about the deputies now, I'm talking about the entire force. Can you just give us a number, more or less, how many are there TMPD
How many
officers?
do I have? I will give you also, I knew you were going to ask that question. So I went to go make sure that I have the totals. I've got 3,626 Tshwane Metro Police Department officers, but I made sure, because remember, Commissioner, some retire, some, are not with us anymore, some resign, so I wanted the current total. So the current total is 3,626, and then I've got administrative staff, that's 245. And then I've got APSS, there's 1,271.
And can you tell us if they have been subjected to vetting, or if it is a requirement within TMPD that your 3,626 officers should be vetted?
Yes, Commissioner, we do that on an annual basis because we make sure that we do that because you can't get your firearm license renewed. We do not want to give somebody a firearm that's got a section 102 or section 103 against them. So we make sure that the fingerprints are taken. I've got a division that only does that, and we make sure that we test you and make sure that you are vetted. So yes, Commissioner, that is being done. I can promise you that. And we've picked up quite a lot of things because if you obtain or are arrested when you maybe are on leave, or you will not pick it up. If it is that it's maybe in uniform, it's easier. So that is a mechanism for us as well in Tshwane that we pick that up. So I can guarantee you that, yes, we are very strict when it comes to that.
I think you'll agree with me that we don't want criminals within the force.
Commissioner, one thing that I hate is a criminal in uniform.
Yes. And then the last one, sorry, I have to go back to the issue of security clearance, and I don't want you to reveal state secrets here. Maybe let's just keep it to what the terms of reference of this commission are, and maybe the allegations against Deputy Commissioner Dlamini. What does it entail if somebody has to undergo this process and they get a security clearance? What is it that SSA is looking for? And please don't disclose state security and don't disclose how they go about the process. I'm just looking at what are they looking for to ensure that the wrong people do not get appointed to these senior positions.
Commissioner, I will just is very umbrella because I just received my top secret, meaning I must make sure that I keep that top secret and I'm not arrested. So, Commissioner, obviously they look at your financials. They also look at your associates. They look at quite a few things. I think it is a very, very good, you go, with the top secret, you go for polygraph as well. You are subjected to a polygraph. They interview also people that you previously worked with, obviously family members, etc., but it's quite an extensive process and it's a very good process. Within SSA, they actually they also do the lifestyle audit, I will say. So I will say it's a very, very good assessment that they do. And it is something that should be written in your advert. So before you even, if you look at the advert and we know from the start you've got integrity. If you don't want to the job and you must go for your clearance, you must not even apply. Stay whatever you want to do. So I think it's important that we must bring it in, like you have said, Commissioner, we need to put it from certain levels, we need to put it in the advertisement and make sure you either going to object yourself to one, because we do know it is a process that we say that we will start the process with you, or that you will come with my one. They wanted me to come with my security clearance already.
Thank you. Mr. Skakan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please proceed. Apologies, perhaps before you go there, the 18.5, that's the vacant position. How long has this been vacant?
This position has been vacant for a while. We did start the process. I think we've started the process already. I'm speaking under correction twice or thrice. However, I'm not just going to appoint somebody because I must fill the position. I want to make sure the person is fit for purpose. So if I'm going to appoint a deputy commissioner for specialized services, it will be a person that will be able to perform the function. So I will rather, if the candidates are not fit, I will rather then make sure that we re-advertise. So that is the only reason why the position hasn't been filled yet.
Just to be clear, how long is a while?
When I came, it was already vacant.
Okay, thank you.
Can I continue?
Please.
The TMPD is a municipal police service of the Tshwane Metropolis, City of Tshwane, and we receive a budget allocation from the city to run its operations and to fulfill its mandate. As such, the officials of the TMPD work closely with city officials from other departments, both administratively and operationally. The TMPD does not procure services on its own. Instead, it is the city supply chain management finance department that does the procurement and management of contracts, authorizing services and payments of such services. However, we do play a role that we have to make sure that in the department of Deputy Commissioner Dlamini, that he needs to process the invoices and create certain documents in order to go to the CFO, accounts payable, and then he must also make sure there's checks and balances before it goes to the department of the CFO, who is responsible for the payment if they are happy with whatever the documents is submitted to them or on the system.
Payments are at a later stage of the process, that is after appointments have been made. In this sentence, you say that the TMPD provides input into the procurement process from inception. What role exactly does it play at those earlier stages, that is before an appointment has been made?
Are you referring to the tenders, Commissioner?
Let's look at, maybe you'll clarify what you mean. Let's look at your last sentence of paragraph 20.
Yes, that is what I mean,
Yes.
but
However, the TMPD as the end user will provide input into the procurement process. I understand that to refer to stages before the actual appointment, because when you substantiated, you referred to a role that's played by Deputy Commissioner Lamini's section, that role being, or rather, that role relating to payments.
yes,
So my point is, payments are at a very late stage, which is the procurement process has actually been finalized. A contract is in place, and then there are payments to the successful bidder once services have been provided. So what I'm saying is, you refer to procurement process, which I understand to refer to a stage before an appointment.
Commissioner, there's also, Chairperson, there is a stage before as a technical. If you want to procure any equipment,
Yes.
you as the technical expert will have to assist, especially when it comes to the beginning stage BEC, or bid specifications BSc. You need to assist them with what exactly is the product that you as the law enforcer wants, because the civilian person won't know. So you will obviously, we will start with what is the end, what do you want the product to do? And then from them you obviously work your way back. So there we assist with technical expertise. However, when it comes to the supply chain management, it is completely with the CFO. And he's also the chairperson of the BAC, and then etc. But we must give that technical, and even if we give the technical advice, there's always somebody from supply chain management that also guide them in terms of the supply chain management policy.
Just to make sure I understand, what you've referred to specifically is the bid specification.
Specifications.
Because TMPD will actually be the client
Yes.
in this instance.
Yes.
And therefore they should be involved in the bid specification, what exactly is required. You've specified that. Is there anything else that you would mention in which TMPD participates before the actual appointment, before the conclusion of a contract?
It should only be, as I said, as a technical advice to assist with that. But it should not be to be part of the supply chain management when it is their role. That is their role. So we should not be involved in that part.
Not in the bid evaluation, not in the bid adjudication, not at those stages of the process.
It must be the department of the CFO that must be involved in all of that, because there is, if people also like, if this is they take it to the CFO, will identify where it must go, and then they will do it in terms of if you are meeting the requirements of obviously of the advertisement or of the product, and there are things that is non-negotiable. You must meet it. And then, so they will do that type of, make sure that whoever is there is compliant in terms of what they are looking for.
Thank you, thank you.
Commissioner, you're discussing the tender process, as I understand it. Can I just ask a slightly different question? We've had evidence about the procurement of ad hoc security services. Now, as I understood the evidence, the companies that are required or that are requested to provide that service are already on a panel, right? So you've done that tender process, and now you have a panel, and you must select ad hoc services from that panel. What is the role or the involvement of Deputy Commissioner Dlamini in that process of selecting who the companies that are invited to now provide ad hoc services at any site?
Commissioner, that should be with APSS. That should be strictly with the Asset Protection Security Service Department. Because that's why you've got people appointed there that will fulfill that role.
So that will fall under Deputy Commissioner Speed?
Yes, 100%, Commissioner.
Okay. Maybe then explain a little bit more. What do you mean when you say that Deputy Commissioner Dlamini is involved with procurement? You have clarified the payment processes, invoices. But apart from that, what does it mean that he's responsible for procurement?
His role is administration and support. Meaning if you're an operational person, you won't know the SCM processes or procurement processes or how to get to the procurement. So he is there to support, assist them if I am if I am specialized services and I require maybe dog food, for example, he must assist me, and I am the person that know what the dogs need. If they need nutrition, if they need a vet, when must they get the injections, etc. So I will have that. He will make sure that I do it the correct way, because as an operational person, you won't know how to follow that. So they will have to assist, but they can also do it on their own, but they can go to him to ask for assistance as well.
Sticking with that example, that kind of procurement, it doesn't go to the CT. It is something that gets sorted out at TMPD level. Is that what your explanation means?
No, all procurement goes to the city. We don't ourselves procure. No, Commissioner. All procurement processes are finalized by the CFO.
Okay.
It goes to the CFO. It goes to the BAC.
Okay.
All procurement. There's nothing that TMPD on their own will have their own little BACs.
Yes.
And that we will just be as I said, we will assist in attending because we are the expert, and we will also assist in getting the specifications right. However, everything is with the CFO. We do not have the department. He doesn't have his own department. He is also not a CFO.
Okay, just to make sure I understand. So the administrative person or operational person that you say must obtain or get dog food, that's a person sitting at the city, not TMPD.
Not TMPD at the city.
Thank you. That clarifies it. Thank you.
At the city.
I think we sort of got lost, Commissioner Faru, because when Commissioner Baloyi asked you a question, she had moved on from a normal tender process and was asking about ad hoc security services. And the question was, in that process, does TMPD play a part? And I had understood the evidence we had before the Easter break to be that the person who issues purchase orders is actually somebody from the TMPD. So I'm a little confused now when you say it's the city, it's not TMPD. Because then how does Mr. Mnisi, and we'll come to him later on, how does he get involved in all these things that we've come to know about?
Commissioner, yes, I think there's a little bit of confusion. If it is, remember that tender or that month-to-month is already in place.
Yes.
So, yes, there will be a creation by our side. However,
And when you say your side, TMPD?
it will be TMPD, it will
Of
be
the
by
purchase orders.
administrative. It will be
Yes.
under administrative and support.
Yes.
They will create that. But in order for them, and then the invoice must come. The person responsible by APSS must make sure the invoice that he must make sure it gets stamped. And yes, we did deploy 10 security guards ad hoc at the Madlanga Commission. And then it must be verified, because we also have people that go check. We must make sure that your check-in is verified. So once that invoice, then you're supposed to only process that invoice.
So to that extent, TMPD does play a part in procurement.
Yes, if it comes to that part. But when it comes to payment, it goes to the CFO to pay after he has also is satisfied that the documents, that we've done our checks and balances.
And Commissioner, why are you trying to implicate the Madlanga Commission now? You're putting us on trial, and that was not the purpose of the question.
I've got a
Are
punchline
you
when I'm
forcing
done.
Chair to come and give evidence now?
I've got a punchline, Commissioner, when I'm done.
Thank you.
Can I just interfere or continue so that we follow this? Are you saying that in the entire procurement process, other than at specification stage, the TMPD does not play a role? For example, no one from TMPD would sit in the BEC committee, in the bid evaluation committee.
But the evaluation committee is the chairperson there is the CFO if it comes to the city of Tshwane. He is the chairperson of the bid evaluation committee.
I'm just following up from the question from the chair. Would there be someone from the TMPD?
TMPD play a role with the, like we said, with the bid specifications. Like today, Deputy Commissioner Species in the BEC, he will be there. But with the bid evaluation committee, the chairperson there is the CFO. So yes, we do play a role, however, the chairperson is there, the CFO is the chairperson there.
Okay, thank you. And
Say bid evaluation committee is chaired by the CFO, you mean the bid adjudication committee? Because that's
The BIC.
BAC.
BIC.
Yes, thank
The
you.
BIC is the chairperson.
and who is
Just to make, please go ahead,
no,
please go
that's fine.
ahead.
I was just
Mrs.
following up,
Kaka.
but
Oh,
go on,
all
Chair.
right, all right. Just to make sure I understand, I understood perfectly when you said that the TMPD plays a role in the bid specification process. That I understood, because it's the client, as it were. So, and it is a TMPD that knows what they want.
Yes.
Now you said Deputy Commissioner Spies is at the, did you mean
BEC.
BE, Bid Evaluation
Evaluation
Committee,
Committee.
not adjudication, so BEC.
Yes.
What role exactly does he play there? Is he a member of the BEC or does he have observer status?
Obviously, he will have to make sure also when he's there as the product expert, let me put it that way.
Is he a member? Is he a member?
Yes, he will then be a member, and he will be then appointed by the city manager, gives you that later.
Okay. That's exactly what I was trying to establish earlier when I asked you what role exactly the TMPD plays. And what you emphasized was the role that it plays in the bid specification process. So I now hear something additional, which
Okay.
is participation even in the BEC.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you may have left out?
You
Just in the
said-
procurement process.
If you appoint, although you have administration and support, but if you have a product expert, that person will be the project manager from TMPD. I just wanted to add that, and it will come into context later. So if
Please repeat that, I'm not sure.
if say Deputy Commissioner Species now by the BEC, so it won't be that the Deputy Commissioner of Admin and Support is running that role, or it will be Deputy Commissioner Species because it is in relation to his product or his area or his scope.
Yes.
So that is why he is there. I just wanted to make that clear.
Oh, yeah.
That's why he is there.
So if it relates to
So
some other section, it will be another
will be-
deputy, the relevant deputy.
You are correct,
All right,
Chair.
thank you.
You are
Thank you.
correct. Relevant to the product.
Thank you,
Okay,
Commissioner.
Chair.
Can I just, I do apologize that we said we'll try and not interrupt you, but I just want to clarify a few things, Chair, and I wouldn't want to saddle you with picking up files, but I just put it on the record. That's file 2 and page 1. Could you please just assist? Now, this is at specification level for the initial tender, the security tender. Let's just, page 1 of file 2. Are you there, Commissioner?
I'm there, thank you.
Thank you. So you'll see this relates to, you'll see that relates to the security tender TMPD 02, 2015-2016.
The number before the years 2015 2016 is merged.
Yeah.
On my copy, I assume
Is
it's
it
the same
merged?
with the...
Apologies, Chair, I'm just making one point. Truly, it's
Yes.
not relevant as such. But what we...
But from the content, do you agree with Mr. Skakane that that's the tender?
I just want to, Commissioners, as you can see there, if you go to contact person, for example, and the person there, as I explained now, that was the product expert.
Before you go there, do you want to please confirm what Mr. Skakane wanted you to confirm, which is the tender number? Whether it's what, 02, Mr. Skakane?
Is it?
Apologies, it looks like 02.
This is 02.
Yes, oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, all right.
Essentially, my point is that obviously this relates to guarding services. But what we see there is a certain, as a contact person, as you've started, is Director Malachi. Who's
Correct.
Director Malachi?
Director Malachi is the Director for Protection Services by IPSS.
And ordinarily, does he report to you?
He reports to Deputy Commissioner Spies.
Okay. And then, so this is at this point of specification. If we go further, at page 202, I do apologize.
Where do we see here, Mr. Skakane, that this is about specification? Just refer us to the relevant part.
Oh, apologies, Chair. I think it's literally from the point where it's starting from a, what's this thing? Compulsory briefing session for the tender. But it's not that there is a word
All
that
right,
says
okay.
specification.
All right. All right, please continue.
Thank you. I'll refer to Chair, but at 202, this is the process. This is where this tender is being at valuation level, and it states in the middle of the page there's PD valuation committee members. You see that?
Yes, I see it.
And you see that Mr. Chugudu Malachi is part of the BEC.
Yes, I see.
Okay. Thank you. The point I was just making is the involvement of TMPD in the entire process. Thank you, Chair.
Perhaps, Commissioner, Mrs. Kakane, the answer to the chairperson's question, you find it in file 1 at page 57. That's part of the, I think that document is called the supply chain management policy, if you go to page 57, and then paragraph 2 right at the bottom tells you who constitutes the BEC, and paragraph B thereof. Do you see where I'm reading, Commissioner? That file 1 that had your statement,
Oh, and that's file 2.
the one that has your statement?
On my statement?
Yes,
Okay.
the file that has your statement.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
At page 57. So
Yeah.
this is the supply chain management policy that we are looking at. And at 57, 2B, it tells you who, in fact, 2 tells you who makes up the BEC. And B says it will be composed of officials from the departments requiring the goods and services. I think that's the answer to the chairperson's question. Who is in the BEC and what is their role? You see that?
Yes, I see that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I see that, Commissioner.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Skakan.
Thank you, please
Thank you,
proceed.
Commissioner.
Is there anything that stops Mr. Mnisi from appointing an official from TMPD into the BAC? Is that precluded? Because he's the one who constitutes these committees. Is there anything that stops him from appointing the same Mr. Malachi to be a member of the BAC?
Commissioner, if I can see what you are referring to, then I can maybe. I know that evidence leader has now pointed out in terms of the BEC and as well as the BS conditions that was now that Commissioner Beloya has now made clear here. If there's any way that if we come there, if you can just point that out for me so that I can just look at that evidence.
So in page
57.
57. Paragraph 2B there says.
Sorry. On page 57 of Annexure YF1, Commissioner Baloyi referred you to the bid evaluation committee and its composition. And the main paragraph 2 says all the standing BECs established by the accounting officer must. And then B says composed of officials from the departments requiring goods and services. So those are the end users. And then if you go to page 59, I'm not sure if this is the rest of the policy. There seem to be the concluding pages missing. But it deals with the composition of the bid adjudication committee, and you see that in 2.24.3. And I had understood you to be saying earlier that the CFO is responsible for the procurement process, so he will appoint members of these committees. And my question was, is there anything that precludes him from appointing a Commissioner Spies or a Mr. Malachi to be members of the BAC? So it is all tied to Chair's question, does the TMPD play any role in the procurement process? And we've established that at specifications they are there. We've established that at evaluation they should be there, the policies say so. So the last leg of it is, in the adjudication phase, is there anything that precludes the CFO from appointing a TMPD official to be a member of the adjudication committee?
Commissioner, my understanding is that the accounting officer is appointing. The accounting officer.
The city manager.
The city manager.
So is there anything that precludes the city manager from appointing a Commissioner Spies to be a member of the BAC?
You're talking about the city manager?
Yes. Remember, we concerned with whether TMPD plays any role in the adjudication process. And I had understood your earlier answer to be they don't play a role there. But my question is there anything that stops whoever the appointing authority is from appointing a TMPD officer or any of the deputies or even you to sit in the BAC to evaluate or adjudicate a particular tender? And to be fair to you, Commissioner, if you are not sure, maybe you can provide the answer at a later date or through a supplementary statement, because it's going to be important when we make our recommendations. If we see that there are gaps in how security services are procured, then we should close that gap as well. So
yes,
if you don't have an answer right now, it's unfair of me to, on the spot expect you to give the answer. It's something that if you're not sure, you can deal with it at a later stage.
Commissioner, I will prefer to give a supplementary in that regard. I want to make 100% sure. I want to dot my I's and make sure that I look at all the, I could look at the MFMA, I look at the SCM. I really want to give a proper answer. So, and you are correct. So if there is maybe recommendations that we can put in place, and if it is that something has happened or it can happen in future, we will have to make sure that that doesn't repeat itself again, or maybe if it hasn't happened in future, it can happen in future. So I will prefer that I get that homework, and then I will give the supplementary, a detailed one also, and quote also from the SCM policy, and also look at all the municipal sorts of policies and how it can be done. So if I can be able to get homework, I will prefer that.
If I understand Commissioner Kumalo's question correctly, it relates to the appointment of members of the bid adjudication committee. I want to take you back to the BEC, the bid evaluation committee, and paragraph 2 at page 57, which Commissioner Malloy referred you to. I see there's reference there to the word standing. All the standing BECs established by the accounting officer must, then AB, and so on. I just want to focus on the word standing. What's the import of that word here? Does it suggest that there are standing BECs and also ad hoc BECs, or what exactly is the import of that word?
Commissioner, how I understand it, if you in that relation, it must be a BEC that is obviously signed off by the accounting officer. I cannot have my own BEC. It must be standing BECs established by the accounting officer. That is how I understand it. My main 2 words I'm taking from there, or 3 words, is it must be established by the accounting officer.
I do realize, of course, that as the commissioner of the TMPD, you are not necessarily an expert in procurement, so perhaps we are putting you in a difficult position.
No, that is
to
very
the
good,
extent,
Commissioner.
Sorry. Sorry, you said what?
I said, no, Commissioner, this is very good.
Yes.
You cannot walk away from here and you don't learn.
Yes,
Or maybe you've read it. I've read it 1,000 times.
Yes.
But I see Commissioner is breaking it down. So it gives me, I'm learning something, and it's good to learn.
Yes.
So as you say that I'm not an expert when it comes to supply chain management, obviously.
Yes, yes. Of course, it does not, I'm not suggesting that you know nothing about it, not at all. Perhaps when you do that supplementary affidavit, you may also just want to touch on the import of the word standing in 24.2.2. paragraph 20, clause 24.22. But of course, if somebody with more knowledge on matters relating to procurement will be called, then is that person who may
Don't
give
give my homework away, Commissioner.
the necessary
So
evidence in this
I will
regard.
write it out 20 times.
Thank
and I
you.
won't forget.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
Sorry, before that, maybe Commissioner, as you do that exercise, you should look, when you look at 24, 1B, it's the one that speaks about a standing bid evaluation committee. And then it tells us what committees those are. I think it's a services infrastructure and corporate services. Those are your standing committees. And then when you then go on to another paragraph, 2515 at page 59, it says the accounting officer may appoint other special BECs as and when the need arises. So keep that in mind. But also look at the functions of the standing committees. So for example, you will find somewhere that the corporate services standing committee, BEC, is also responsible for TMPD tenders, among others. So maybe that whole 24-25, look at that as you try to resolve who's responsible for what.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. And of course, I think other people from SEM are still going to come. Perhaps they will also try and break down these issues about the BECs. In terms of the budgets, from the specification stage onwards, how do you have any knowledge how that is dealt with? So for example, for these security services, what informs the budget and how far, what powers would the user department have in relation to budget? So for example, if it's 800 million, how would it be determined?
It's the amount of sites that is allocated, and then how many sites that needs to be carded. And then obviously it will be make sure that the amount that must be paid to the service provider, how many cards, and then that will be, you will times that per month, and then obviously by 12. So that actually informs the budget.
Yeah, okay. Then what I'm trying to get at is whether, for example, let's say a certain official that is responsible, Mr. Malachi, for example, and I'm not picking on him, he would inform in the specification meeting or committee that we require this budget for these services or for this tender, and then let the other members know that this is what we require, let's say 800 million, and then who has the final decision on the actual funds? That would be the value. Would it be the CFO?
The budget will, it's every year, so the budget is already there. So in terms of how many, we've got, as I said, we've got in-source security, that is, we've got in-source and outsource security. Now the in-source is the 1,271 that we have.
So perhaps maybe let me clarify my question, and I do apologize. If in a scenario where the budget, is there no way of checking whether the budget requested is higher than what it should be?
The budget as requested is linked to how many sites are being guarded. If there's more budget that is required, for example, if there may be you require more guards at the site because of vandalism and break-in. Say you only had one, but because of whatever situation, you need to require more. However, there must be a reason why you put additional guards. That is what, when I stumbled across the ad hoc, I wanted to know what influenced ad hoc. What is your definition of ad hoc? Because you cannot just put additional guards, but nothing has happened to influence that. That is just for me logic. What made you put additional guards there? That for me, it was the crux that I would like to go in more deeper when I come to that topic, why I stopped the ad hoc deployment. If I will be allowed, commissioners, if I can do that. I would really want to, what made me stop it? And I would like to go more deep into that when I come to that paragraph or that heading.
Thank you. Please proceed. We will come back to it. So you had, I think you will start with paragraph 21.
I'm at 12 of 23.
To your statement, if you file one, please, apologies. That is file one, so paragraph 20, we were dealing with paragraph 20 of your statement.
Yes, paragraph
Please
20.
proceed to paragraph 21.
In my capacity as the Chief of TMPD and the accounting officer, I do sign service level agreements drafted by legal services and supply chain management, which relates to TMPD insofar as I may be so authorized directly or through a delegation. Where necessary, I delegate signing powers.
This is probably a small matter, but I'm used to the concept accounting officer in relation to
TMPD.
in this.
To TMPD. Yes.
Is that term
Yes,
ever
Commissioner.
used? Is it ever used? I know of only one accounting officer, which
That's the
would
city
be
manager.
the city manager, yes.
So in my capacity as the Chief of Police of TMPD, comma, I do sign service levels agreement.
I'm not saying you're wrong, you know it better.
No, I think,
It's
no,
just
Commissioner.
It's just that I'm not
Yeah,
used
I agree.
to. Yeah.
I agree, Commissioner.
All right. So we scratch out and accounting officer.
And accounting
in this
officer.
sentence.
Agreed.
All right, thank you.
Agreed, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I have sufficient experience in municipal policing and management of municipal policing, as stated above, since 2016. I've been at the helm of municipal police departments. This position requires you to have ultimate responsibility and oversee the running of the department. However, commissioners, do not forget, I have deputy commissioners as per page 7, because you cannot expect the president of the country must be responsible for the whole country. That's why he's got ministers. So the same with me. I'm not abdicating my responsibility, definitely not. That's why I meet with my deputy commissioners Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. On a Monday, Deputy Commissioner of Admin and Support is only joining, because on a Wednesday, midweek, we want to see how the crime look. Friday, prepare for the weekend. And then I have a special budget meeting every month. There was times that I didn't have it due to reasons. However, that is the measures I put in place to make sure that I can also have my finger on the pulse. I must continue to caution that my role is management, and therefore I rely on the information provided to me from the deputy commissioners or acting deputy commissioners or any other person who is authorized to perform such. You must also be aware of the various dynamics that have plagued municipalities, such as fraud and corruption. Procurement best practices in terms of C, The law, regulations, and
Apologies, Commissioner. Chair, I'm not certain where the time for breaking, whether it would be 11 or 11:15 before we start this new topic.
11. So you,
11.
or you want us
may I
to
request
adjourn
that
now
we break
before
at
we
this
start
point?
the procurement best practices?
Correct.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:25. Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Farrow. Would you please then continue from section C, paragraph 23 of your statement? We should be able to move with some sort of speed, but yeah, please take us through.
Thank you. Procurement best practices. The laws, regulations, and policies relating to procurement are all well-meaning and are aiming at ensuring a fair, transparent, and competitive procurement of services and goods. This originates from Section 217 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996, which we also know as the Constitution, which demands that procurement for goods and services by an organ of state must be done in accordance with a system which is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. In terms of Chapter 11 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act, number 56 of 2003, the MFMA, deals with the procurement of goods and services for municipalities. Section 111 thereof requires each municipality to have and implement a supply chain management policy. Such as a policy must be fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. Section 112 sets out what the policy should cover, and I need not regurgitate, save to the highlight the following which is required that the policy should cover. The range of procurement processes that the municipality may use, including tenders, quotations, auctions, and other types of competitive bidding. Procedures and mechanisms for each type of procurement process, open and transparent pre-qualification processes for tenders or other bids, bid documentation, advertising, and invitations of contracts, procedures and mechanisms for the opening, registering, and recording of bids in the presence of interested persons. The evaluation of bids to ensure best value for money, negotiation for the final terms of contracts and approval of bids, then compulsory disclosure of any conflicts of interest in respect of prospective contractors and exclusion of such prospective contractors from the tenders or bids. Participation of persons who are not officials of the municipality and measures for combating fraud, corruption, favoritism, and unfair and irregular practices, and the promotion or the promoting of the ethics of officials and other role players involved in the procurement process. The city has adopted a supply chain management policy marked herein as Annexure YF1, which is in line with the Constitution and other application legislation, national and local regulations, ordinance, circulars, and policies relating to procurement. The city supply chain management policy has been reviewed and amended from time to time. For present purposes, I will rely on the latest one, which has been adopted by the council. The policy identifies the following as pillars of the city supply chain management. Number 1, or 26.1, fairness and equity. 26.2, transparency. 26.3, competitive and cost-effective. And 26.4, value for money. Paragraph 27. Further, the policy sets out the principles which include accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, fairness, legality, transparency, responsiveness, informed decision-making, integrity, consistency, competitiveness, and sustainability. Paragraph 29. In terms of paragraph 9 of the policy sets out the roles and responsibilities for the various role players in the procurement process. In respect of each, I point out the main responsibilities. Paragraph 9.1, the council must maintain oversight over the implementation of the supply chain management policy. Paragraph 9.2, the executive mayor must provide general political guidance over the fiscal and financial affairs of the municipality as per Section 52 of the MFMA. In this regard, he or she may monitor and oversee the exercise of responsibilities assigned to the accounting officer and the chief financial officer, but may not interfere with the exercise of these responsibilities. Paragraph 9.3, the accounting officer is obliged to develop and implement an effective and efficient supply management system that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective for the acquisition of goods, services, and works. Paragraph 9.4, the Chief Financial Officer is administratively in charge of the Budget and Treasury Office. He or she must perform budgeting, accounting and analysis, financial reporting, cash management system, debt management, supply chain management, financial management, review and other duties as may be delegated to him or her. It is imperative that there is compliance with procurement processes and principles to ensure that the city, and more relatively, the TMPD functions optimally and properly. Ultimately, the city and or TMPD will procure services and goods in a manner that will be cost efficient and therefore fulfill its mandate in line with the pre-approved plans. It is important to observe that all procurement-related legislation, regulations, and more specifically, the SCM policy are clear on condemning issues that have become notorious in procurement. These include unethical conduct, fraud, corruption, manipulation of procurement, conflict of interest, and misconduct by officials. It is aforesaid that leads to tenders being awarded corruptly and goods acquired at or services provided at exorbitant prices or at prices higher than market value. This will exhaust the budget and resources, thus leading to the inability of the municipality or the TMPD in this case to meet its obligations. Moreover, when tenders are awarded in this fashion, the expenditure will be irregular, fruitless, and wasteful. The aforesaid usually leads to qualified audits from the Auditor General. I now want to turn to deal with the unit which is responsible for asset protection. I want to start with the handover of the...
Commissioner Farouk, just before you move on, just as a way of understanding, within TMPD, I would take it obviously you try and ensure that these values and principles are adhered to.
Yes,
Okay.
I agree.
All right. We've seen the testimony of a certain Sergeant Nkosi, who came before the commission, and it was clear, and we're still going to go there, that he had some involvement in how TMPD procured services or in the procurement of services for TMPD. Just as a request for your comment, how would it be correct or wrong for Sergeant Nkosi to have been involved in that fashion?
Sergeant Nkosi had no right to interfere in any procurement-related matters within the TMPD. He has no authority. He had no permission. I was not aware that he is busy interfering. I don't know Sergeant Nkosi. I never made contact with him. The first time I saw Sergeant Nkosi was on the Madlanga Commission. So I want to state it categorically. He had no authority to interfere in any TMPD procurement-related matters.
Are there other Sergeant Nkosis who are interfering in TMPD processes? We've only seen one so far. My worry is that could be the tip of the iceberg.
Commissioner Kumalo, if there's any other persons that is interfering or think of interfering when it comes to TMPD procurement issues, we will deal with them.
Has any politician or political party or somebody outside of the TMPD ever given you an instruction to support any service provider or to appoint any individual to a particular position? Have you, since you have been head of TMPD, ever received pressure from a political party or an outsider to make such appointments, whether they are HR related or procurement related?
None has approached me, Commissioner Kumalo, and I don't think they will.
So you've never yourself experienced
They
that
have not
pressure?
approached me. Since I'm here, I've started the 1st of October 2023. None of them has contacted me. I've met with nobody on or off record. Nobody has contacted me to date, and they will not contact me after today in terms of any procurement-related issues when it comes to TMPD or to assist with HR-related or appointments. No, Commissioner Kumalo, and I am under oath.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Skaka.
Commissioner, you've answered these questions from Commissioner Kumalo, and it's about procurement matters, which is also the focus of your statement. But you would also be aware of our terms of reference, that we're not just confined to looking at matters of corruption that may be limited to procurement. We have a wider mandate that includes infiltration by criminal syndicates, the nature, consequence of infiltration in the facilitation of organized crime, suppression of investigations, inducement into criminal or other unlawful activities, commission of criminal offenses, and then aiding and abetting criminal activity, failure to act on credible intelligence, benefiting financially or politically from syndicate operations.
Yes.
All of that is not directly, yes, it does in the broader scheme of things, encompass procurement, corruption. But what I've read for you now very quickly is wider than that. When it comes to the TMPD, are you not aware of criminal conduct that involves members of the TMPD, even just allegations that would involve members of the TMPD, which is not necessarily about procurement?
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Commissioner, we have a very active internal affairs within the Tshwane Metro Police Department, headed by Brigadier Danny Manar. Yes, we came across that, especially when I came to the city of Tshwane. And we've dealt with them through consequence management, quite a few. We have to put also measures in place and make sure from the first supervisor, if your member is found wanting, that first supervisor must also be held accountable. You should know where your member is. So we are putting measures in place to make sure that we have a type of a credible TMPD. I do not take kindly to corruption at all, Commissioner. I do not want to see a TMPD officer that's a criminal in uniform. That is not what I want to stand for. We are in charge of the capital city. We are supposed to be the shining star. So we do put measures in place, and we're coming down harsh on those that, even if it's not to do with procurement, anything that is not within the code of conduct and the oath that they have taken, we need to make sure that we are cleaning up. I'm only talking about TMPD, but we must clean up all the Metro Police departments, including all law enforcement departments. We really need to have an introspect and make sure that we do that. We cannot just say it is not happening in my backyard. However, whatever we pick up, not only through the commission, we need to make sure we put measures in place that it does not happen in your department or in your city or even in the country as well.
I may just follow up on my own question. In evidence about another municipality, Metro rather, there are suggestions, for example, that officers are implicated in truck hijackings, for example. I think somewhere there's been suggestions, not necessarily for that municipality, but suggestions about involvement in cash in transit, facilitating those things. Is this an issue that in TMPD you have had to deal with, or you are aware of suggestions and allegations that your officers, some may be involved with that?
When I came to TMPD, it was September. There was a rest of TMPD officers that was involved in I think it was truck hijacking. Truck hijacking, it was involved. That was my welcome to TMPD. So we are not naive, and we know some of the officers can work together. So we are not naive in terms of that. We do make sure that we put measures in place for that. Complaints, when I came, yes, I received complaints like that. In the last year or two, not so much. However, we are not naive that those things are not taking place. There were certain hotspots that I had to put measures in place, whether it is only where it's only for when bribes are taken. Hotspots where you wait for somebody that's coming from a pub, maybe you know people are drunk, which you should not be driving drunk also and not have cash in your car to make sure that you bribe officers. I've requested the officers to actually arrest people that do that. Then I will applaud them. If you arrest somebody that's bribing you, not other way around. So yes, Commissioner, we had that complaints. We are putting measures in place, definitely in that regard. I've got the integrity unit as well. And besides the internal affairs unit, now the integrity unit visit the parades. The integrity unit goes to these hotspots to see where we get complaints from. They mostly deal only with fraud and corruption cases. So yes, Commissioner, we do have to put extra measures in place. You cannot just have your normal measures in place.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up on this? And Commissioner Farrow, to be fair to you, you don't have to respond now, so you can do it by way of a supplementary statement. Issues arose with another municipality. There was no specific allegation against TMPD. So remember you said you were going to deal with the vetting issue and the BAC issue in the supplementary. So can you add these two other issues? How TMPD responds to IPID's recommendations. So in other words, if there was an investigation by IPID and they have made recommendations that have to be implemented by TMPD, what is TMPD's attitude to that? Because we have heard from Ekurhuleni, for example, that if somebody is being charged criminally, then they don't act against that person internally. They await the outcome of the criminal case before they act against somebody, even if there's clear evidence of wrongdoing, especially misconduct of a serious nature, which falls short of criminal conduct. That's the third issue, how you deal with IPID. The fourth issue, it came up, but there was no specific allegation against TMPD, is the issue of whether there are any private companies or security companies that use blue lights and have been given that authority by TMPD, if you are aware of any such cases within TMPD. So please don't respond now. It's unfair to put you on the spot, but by way of a supplementary statement, you can cover those issues.
I will most definitely do that, Commissioner Khumalo, definitely.
And I think the evidence leaders will assist you and remind you if needs be.
They don't need to remind me, Commissioner Khumalo, you will have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank
may
you.
I continue?
No, just to follow up on the question before one forgets. You talk about measures in place that have been put in. If you can just explain just briefly, what kind of measures would those be, one? And two, when would you say those measures were effective, if you were to assist? And I'm asking this because some of the things that we'll go through later on would have happened after you joined. So I just want to get clarity on that before we go further while we're dealing with this aspect.
You referring to in terms of misconduct or what we are currently dealing with?
Just ensuring that there is no corruption, fraud, and all of those things. You spoke about having put measures in
Yeah.
place.
As I said, we want to make sure that like the Commissioner Baloy has alluded to, corruption is not only when it comes to the tender side, and that is that's one part of it. Corruption also when you stop a vehicle, when you accept goods that you're not supposed to, and you're not issuing the fine that you're not supposed to issue. Corruption can be anything. Giving information you're not supposed to give to assist in a tender. So, in terms of the discipline side, as I said, we had the integrity unit already in place. However, we also encourage the public to report. We encourage the public to report any form of corruption when it comes to TMPD and not only report it on social media. We want the public to be part of cleaning up any law enforcement department, obviously, but we would like them also not to participate in any form of corruption, whether it is a fine that you want to get out of or because you are driving drunk. In terms of the procurement side that you alluded to, obviously we've picked up, number one, you have a deputy in charge, which is as a major general, is quite a high level of accountability. It's just under the Commissioner of Police. By putting a deputy commissioner in charge of administration of support, that is quite a huge thing. However, we all know why are we here, and we all know why TMPD is here. And obviously people will also come before the commission to explain their role in terms of what they did or what they were not supposed to do. We have meetings, as I said, we have regular meetings in that regard. We also make sure that accountability is also for each and every deputy commissioner. But as I say, we're moving forward. We take everything that comes to us. I'm going to plan a very big workshop from the top until the full kernels, so that we can look at each and every measure and make sure that whatever there is that shouldn't have happened and cannot happen, that we will put that measures in place as well. And then each and everyone must take accountability for it.
Thank you. Perhaps before we move on again, you talk about meetings with your deputy commissioners. How often do you have meetings with them, or how often do you require briefings from them?
3 times a week, I'm meeting with my deputy commissioners, 7:30 in the morning until completion, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
And they would brief you about everything that is important, and you'd ask questions, or you'd rely on them to give you any update?
Correct. Correct.
Thank you.
But it doesn't stop them from making contact with me after the meeting or in the in-between dates if an emergency occurs.
Thank you. Please proceed to the handover of asset protection to TMPD.
Handover of asset protection to TMPD. This section aims to highlight the movement of the Asset Protection and Security Services Unit, APSS, to Tshwane Metro Police Department in respect of this process. I highlight the following. The City of Tshwane Security Division was incorporated into the TMPD when TMPD was established 2002. On 15 April 2021, the then Executive Mayor of Tshwane, Councillor Randall Williams, placed the asset protection function and personnel in the office of the City Manager, reporting to Mr. Nava Pillay. Then, from December 2023 till June 2024, the Asset Protection Security Services was managed by Mrs. Paledi Marota, the group head in the Office of the City Manager. 1st July 2024, the City Manager transferred the Asset Protection Security Service back to the care of Tshwane Metro Police Department. I then instructed Deputy Commissioner Bollys, responsible for training and innovation, and standing in as the staff officer, to oversee this process in light of the imperative need for a senior figure at the level of a rank of Deputy Commissioner to manage the process, which comprised of a wide range of junior level officials. It might also note that in terms of IPSS, there is a lot of supervisory staff that is still required. This was intended to be a temporary measure while I started the process to appoint a fully fledged Deputy Commissioner for Asset Protection Security Services. At the time of the handover of IPSS back to TMPD, 1st July 2024, I did not receive a handover report. A report was then emailed to me by Group Head Paledi Marota 9 months later during April 2025. What this meant, Commissioners, is that for the longest time, I could not properly acquaint myself with what was happening with IPSS. However, I did not wait for a handover report to try and understand the complexity of IPSS. The process of handover was not a usual handover, which had clear guidelines and made the process extremely complicated, as can be seen by the email attached and the report marked herein as Annexer YF2, which is in the bundle. As I stated above, the IPSS is a huge responsibility. Bearing in mind, Commissioners, I still have a TMPD to run. And as could be imagined, involves the physical security services to protecting the assets and persons of the city of Tshwane. It was imperative for me that I get someone senior in rank to temporarily oversee, as I already alluded to, and that was Deputy Commissioner Bollys, and he was overseeing the unit from 1st of July 2024 until 28th of February 2025, whereas 1st of March 2025, I've appointed Deputy Commissioner Revo Spies, and he became the head of the unit.
Sorry, Commissioner, if you turn to page 60 of the file that you have, file 1, is that the report that you got, that you are referring to?
Just say again the annexer?
YF2.
YF2.
At page 60.
That is correct. And if you can just go to page 65, is the email that accompanied the report.
Thank you, and noted. We'll come back to it later on. Thank you. Please proceed.
Ms. Kakani, when you say you'll come back to the report itself?
To the report, to interrogate it on this issue. Unless the Commissioner has specific questions, we can deal with it.
I do have one question, but I'm happy to leave it until you get back to it.
I think in fairness, you can ask,
Okay,
Commissioner.
all right. Commissioner, at page 60, that report, sorry, paragraph 3, that very first paragraph in quotes, the implementation of the, you see where I'm reading, Commissioner?
Is it by the background?
under the
Yes,
heading
I'm
background.
there, Commissioner.
And then the very first paragraph in quotes, it says the implementation of the processes regarding the absorption of security guards is a critical deliverable for this administration. Extensive consultation and discussion have taken place on this matter to ensure it occurs seamlessly. And then the next paragraph, it says, it is for this reason that I took the decision to place this process in the office of the city manager through Pillay, Mr. Pillay. You see where I'm reading? That absorption, is that what is commonly or has been commonly referred to as insourcing of security?
Commissioner, I
Is
prefer...
is it the same thing?
Yes, Commissioner. I prefer the word in-house capacity, building in-house capacity.
Yes.
So yes, Commissioner, that is correct. We have 1,271 of that at the moment, and we intend to actually build more in-house capacity so that we cannot be reliant moving forward on
Yeah.
outsourcing
Yes,
anymore.
that actually is really my question. It is, if this big decision was made to insource, these are people that were previously provided by contractors, as I imagine. These people that are now being insourced, they were previously procured on contracted services, right?
Yes, yes.
And
yes,
now you
Commissioner.
bring them in-house. Why is it that there is still this procurement of external security that costs you nearly R1 billion, if in fact this insourcing was achieved its purpose, which is to bring the service in-house so that you are not reliant, and yet we see from your expenditure that in fact you are heavily reliant on external security. Can you just explain how it was conceived and how it has worked out or not worked out?
Commissioner Baloy, there's two scenarios here. If you have built your in-house capacity, it goes with your pension fund, it goes with your medical aid, it goes with all that. You must make sure that you have your resources, whether it's uniform, whether it is the vehicles, and you must make sure that they're also trained in up to a certain level. So the municipality can, if you look at one officer, you will actually maybe need 4, if you look at the system and everything. So you need to make sure that it's a gradual type of, to insource it takes time. It is not easy. It might look easy, but it's not easy. If you look at the current 1,271, it was already in-house capacity was built or insourced in 2019. At the moment, but we are still busy with the training, and then every year we make sure they get certain benefits. So you need to have a proper plan in place to make sure that you, even if it's small amounts, I've already drafted a plan how I want to eventually insource, and it will take plus minus 6 years to 7 years to completely insource. It can be quicker, it all depends on budget permitted. However, I just took a plan that is, but if more budget becomes available, it can be quicker. And also the training of you need to train, you need to give uniform. It is really, the cost will be a little bit more than what we have at the moment. But the long term, as you see, I would prefer to have in-house capacity than to sit with the issues that we're sitting with at the moment. To stay away from tenders, and just make sure that we build our in-house capacity. Also, if you're going to, your infrastructure, you need to have control over your infrastructure yourself. That is what I believe. The moment you outsource, you also don't have completely and full control over your infrastructure, which is critical.
So is it fair, looking at what it is now, which is this heavy reliance on external contractors to provide the service, is it fair to say that even after this first attempt at insourcing, which you say it's 6 years now, is still training, that in fact, even after that, the city continued to be reliant on external?
Yes, it's fair to say.
External services. So
Yes.
it's not as if there was a gain to the city. There may have been a gain to the job security of these security guards who were previously provided by a contractor. There is that gain. But the city itself, it doesn't appear that since that exercise there's been any gain budgetary-wise and control of your own assets. Is that a fair summary?
That is fair, Commissioner. Yes. We must also know that the city of Tshwane has got a lot of sites. And if you look at the infrastructure that we are protecting, your reservoirs, your substations, those are things that you cannot leave and wait for until you will be able to insource. Unfortunately, those are the things that you must protect. So the city is at the moment looking and busy with it. Really, to have a more vigorous plan. The city has requested me to come up with a plan that is, like I said, that I've come up with a plan. However, if you look at budget, however, also how budget becomes available, you can, it's a plan that I have to make sure in terms of the budget that I have, and then also a reduction in, we already done an assessment through Deputy Commissioner Revo Spies in terms of how many guards do you really require. For example, at the library, you don't need the same at the library that you will need at the water reservoir. So that assessment we have done already, and also a risk assessment. So in order for us, and we started already with even a reduction when it comes to the security guards.
Is there a municipality, whether a metro or not, that has successfully, if at all, absorbed otherwise outsourced security services, that has brought it in-house and it is provided solely in-house security services?
I think Nelson Mandela Bay, yes, one or two municipalities that I'm aware of, that they do have their own security department within, and they actually never even had maybe outsourced. So I think there's one or two that didn't even started with outsource.
Yes.
That have their security division that is within the Safety and Security Directorate, and they look after, like I've explained now, after the assets and the personnel of the municipality.
And comparable to Tshwane? I ask because you say you are busy with that project,
Yes,
looking
I am.
at that, and it is budget dependent, really.
Yes, Commissioner.
Metros, especially maybe, that are comparable to Tshwane. Have you done that kind of comparison?
I've done
and
the
seen
comparison.
how successful,
Yes.
whether anyone has done it, and how successful has it been?
I've done that comparison. I went even for fact-finding, but they sit with the same issues that I've, it's budget dependent. And then also it depends on how many sites you have. If you look at a small municipality, it's easier for them because they just have a little bit of sites. And the type of sites that you have. Is it a site that, like I make an example, is it a library, or are we talking about a big substation that 68% of the city of Tshwane, if that substation is not physically guarded, will be in darkness? I'm just making an example. So I needed to do, and we've done it, myself and Deputy Commissioner Spies, we looked at all of those, and we have plans, and I can promise you, Commissioner, starting with the new financial year, we already actually started with a reduction in security personnel by doing our assessment and looking into it, and certain security companies have received letters that we are doing a reduction in security guard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Kaka.
Thank you. Just to follow up, is Commissioner Spies, how long is he appointed? Is it on a contract basis? Spies.
Commissioner Spies?
Yes, how long will he be at your deputy commissioner?
He is permanent.
Permanent.
Until he feels he will leave or he reaches the age that he cannot work anymore. So he is permanently at the TMPD. It's not a contract position.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
And I think I've done the handover.
Paragraph 33.
33. Thank you so much, Evidence Leader. You are so kind. The subject matters required services of the below mentioned tenders were within the umbrella of asset protection and therefore fell within APSS. When Deputy Commissioner Spies took over, he actively engaged in a process of auditing and checking how the unit was operating. As he has testified, he has identified a number of irregularities and all sorts of wrongdoing within the APSS. We are taking some corrective measures in this regard, including consequence management, and we have put procedures for the request for ad hoc services in place. I must continue to caution again that my role is management and therefore I rely on the information provided to me. I also am not very close to the details and therefore the appropriate person to talk to operational matters are those directly responsible for a particular function or department or unit. I'm not saying that I am not briefed. However, I say this to highlight that the most relevant person to talk to APSS and the tenders below obviously was Deputy Commissioner Spies. He already appeared in front of this commission. I do not wish to repeat also what Deputy Commissioner Spies has already said before the commission. I've gone through his statement and documents and they appear accurate in relation to the knowledge I have. I therefore have nothing additional to add to his statement.
Can you please correct the last sentence of paragraph 34? I think what you are trying to say there is you've put controls in place to ensure that when ad hoc services are requested, it is done properly. Now, the way it reads now, that's not what it says.
We have put controls in place, correct, Commissioner, and also a procedure or process in how you will request or acquire ad hoc services.
To ensure that there's no abuse.
Yes, 100%, Commissioner Khumalo, 100%. Also to ensure that when you require ad hoc, or we have a requesting department, say if it's water and sanitation, for example, you request to us, TMPD. TMPD will go do an assessment in terms of what your request is. And based on our risk assessment, we will then obviously reply to you, or we will add. However, it will come from your budget. It will not come from a budget that I must request additional again. So that is the procedures that we also have put in place.
I understood the problem, though. I think both when Sergeant Gossi was testifying and also when Commissioner Spies was, or rather Deputy Commissioner Spies was testifying, I understood the problem to be more with regard to who gets appointed to do the ad hoc services. I'm not so sure that the requests, the filling in of a form and so on address that problem. The problem is with the allocation. I know based on what you said that of course it would not be the TMPD that does the allocations. But I'm not sure to what extent this addresses the problem in the light of what the real problem is.
Are you referring to
the allocation?
The allocation from the 22 companies?
Is it Gubis 85? Gubis 85 is the entity that received the lion's share of all ad hoc allocations. That's why I say the problem appears to be with the allocations. So the filling in of the forms and so on, I'm not so sure to what extent, if at all, that addresses the real problem. Do you follow me?
Yeah. Do you want me to respond, Commissioner?
You actually, I think paragraph 49 of your statement does refer to the lion's share received by Gubis 85. But right now, I'm addressing your attempt at addressing the problem, and I'm saying I do not see that assists in addressing the problem.
Commissioner, that was part of my one-on-one briefings with him. Although I'm just now touching on that as an example. We need to look at the entire
Yeah.
process. Not only in terms of, I just use that now as example in terms of, because ad hoc was just ad hoc, and then invoices comes. I was just using that as an example.
Yes.
However, you are correct, Commissioner Chairperson. We are looking at the entire food chain. We cannot just look into ad hoc into an isolation. The end of the food chain will be building completely in-house capacity. That is my ultimate goal. So we are working towards that goal, Commissioner. So you are correct, Commissioner. We're looking into each and everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
The ad hoc service, this measure that you've put in place, that there must be an application or a form that requests. Surely when you have this discussion with Commissioner Spies, if he's the inventor of the idea, you must have discussed how you see it being a control mechanism. If it is implemented and it is implemented successfully, how does it work to be a control mechanism? And I think that's what the chair is trying to get out of you. Yes.
I think when it comes to the ad hoc, also the fact of that you need to look within your budget, because previously ad hoc was over and above, and then it must come from Team PD. So the COO is in charge of most of the infrastructure-related sites, let me put it that way. And if there is not a good enough reason for you to have ad hoc, you will not even apply for it. I can guarantee you, commissioners, since we put the measure in place, 1 or 2 we received and it was actually needed because of external whatever measures. We have not received requests for ad hoc. So that
And
alone tells me a lot.
Over how long a period was that? That is when you received only 2.
Since I've stopped it, Commissioner. Since I've stopped it, I think it was just over a year ago. It was just over a year ago.
Over a year.
12 March 2025.
Okay.
So,
and roughly how many of these, but I would imagine it was quite a lot. Roughly how many would these ad hoc services be requested?
Commissioner, if I come after this, it will go to that paragraph where I will say why I stopped it. I will also give the amount. I will just give the month.
Let's
it was 37. I think it was 20 additional than it was supposed to for 1 month.
Yes. Yeah, no. Obviously, there is a significant reduction.
And
if over a period of a year, there's only 2. No, thank you.
So I only received 2, and it was definitely legit in terms of that it meet the criteria.
Thank you.
Why we should put additional. So that's why I'm saying that is already a control measure.
Yes.
Because we haven't received.
So the question of who these get allocated to, which is the question I asked you earlier, would be secondary, as it were, if you have this very significant reduction.
100%, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
100%.
Can I follow up on Chair's question? Are these security companies vetted? The security companies that the City of Tshwane, TMPD uses, are they vetted?
Commissioner, we've put a security committee in place.
Why are you scared to say yes?
No. I was just a security committee in place. The committee was supposed to be in place where you have SSA, you have the COO, you have obviously finance there. And when the unit came over, I saw that committee is not there. We immediately put that committee in place. And that is one of the things that we say the security companies must be vetted.
But are they? That's my question.
No.
Are they vetted? So
They
the
are
short
not vetted.
answer is no. And
No,
to
Commissioner.
go back to Chair's point, On matters of tenders, those who benefit from tenders will obviously seek to create an environment for ad hoc services to continue. So if you've got a reservoir or other things, even if there was no criminal activity there, if they want you to deploy security there, people will do things, and I'm not accusing anybody, so please don't take this to mean that I'm making an accusation. But it's easy for somebody to create an environment that would necessitate the need for ad hoc services to be, required. That's why vetting is important. You must look at who owns these companies, what kind of people are they? So are you going to take steps to put the committee back in place?
Definitely, Commissioner. Definitely. You are correct, Commissioner. And that people can create. We are aware of that. That people can create maybe a situation, sabotage, let us call it sabotage, in order for you. And we've already put measures in place, especially with the reduction. We obviously expect that there's going to be a backlash. People are not going to just say, I experienced it March, the 12th of March, 2025. People are not just going to go say, oh no, it's fine, let us do something else. So I am well aware of that, Commissioner. And what we do, the regional policing that I alluded to, we make sure that where you have reservoirs that we know, you need to include it now in your plan as well. That is also part of my plan, Commissioner.
We know from the evidence of Deputy Commissioner's speech that there is a tender process now that is underway.
Yes.
The previous or your current service providers were appointed by way of an agreed court order.
Yes.
So vetting would not have even been a feature, it seems. In the current process, is there a requirement that for companies to be vetted, for the companies that are successful to be vetted? And is that, and I'm asking about the current tender process as what was advertised. Do bidders understand that they would be required to be vetted, and in addition, so that's one. Two, that it would be a disqualifier. Has a decision been made that it will be a disqualifier if a company is not successful, whatever that means, when it is vetted? And do bidders have they been made to understand that? Or is that your internal thinking and processes which have not been made public to bidders? Commissioner,
I think if we want to get this right, we cannot wait for another 3 years, for another tender, and then they take you to court for another 6 years. I think it's important that we this time do it correctly. You do know that the tender went for probity, and then obviously the tender was not awarded, and that's why the process has been started, obviously from scratch now, where Deputy Commissioner Spies has been appointed also to run it from TMPD side. So I think, Commissioner, if it's not there, it should be included, Commissioner, definitely. As I said, we've got the committee, the security committee, and that was one of the recommendations from the security, actually from SSA, the person that's sitting there. Even before the commission. That is one of the recommendations. And it's already as part of our minutes that must be done, Commissioner. So I think we must just build on that, Commissioner.
If it is part of the recommendations already, one expects that it is part of the 100%. Current process, 100%, the selection process that you are running, and bidders understand that you are going to apply that.
Yes, Commissioner, we will also use the minutes of that security committee as part of our terms of reference. Okay. Because that committee was appointed by the city manager.
Yeah, I guess I'm probing a different aspect of this, which is you do have the the recommendation from that committee.
Yes.
And that recommendation has been approved, but that's an internal process. Whether bidders who submitted tenders in this new process, which is still subject to evaluation, whether the bidders who participate in that know that's one of the requirements to succeed to be awarded the tender or to be included on the panel, whether they know that's one of the requirements they must meet is really the question that I'm asking. And if you don't have an immediate answer, I'm happy for you to address it in a supplementary statement, or whoever's dealing with procurement and this tender in particular, if they're going to be testifying, that they should deal with that.
I would prefer that I add it to my homework, Commissioner Baloy.
All right.
And let me take responsibility for that as the Commissioner of TMPD.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Because you see, Commissioner Faru, as you said earlier, you don't want criminals in the
No.
service. I had Chair correcting me that it's not a force, it's a service. So in the Metro Police Service, you don't want criminals. And you cannot in the same breath be comfortable with having security companies that have criminals in them looking after the municipality's properties and assets. Because it
Critical.
defeats the whole purpose.
Definitely, Commissioner, you are.
So
you are
to
spot on.
Commissioner Baloy's point, going forward, it is something that should be, you can't fix the past, but going forward, there's no reason you can have this as a requirement.
Definitely, Commissioner. You are correct, Commissioner. I agree with you 100%.
Thank you, Commissioners. I just wanted us to locate the statement for Commissioner Spies. It's in the small file. But you don't need to refer to it. It's just item 7 of that statement. We'll get to it later on, of that supplementary part. Commissioner Farrow, please proceed. So that
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. If I'm correct, I'm at the top of D.
Paragraph
36.
32. Is it 36?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. You must focus, evidence leader. TMPD 02-2016/2017 Security Services. At the outset, I point out that tender TMPD 02-2016-2017 was issued, adjudicated and awarded before my time with TMPD. Bearing in mind, Commissioners, I only started 1st of October 2023. The tender was according to the award appointment letters managed by Director Malachi and Mr. Nava Pillay within the Asset Protection Unit when it was still under the Office of the City Manager. In this regard, I refer to Annex YF3. As mentioned earlier, the unit was relocated under my control within the Asset Protection and Security Services Division from 1st July 2024, Commissioners, not 2025. Can I ask that that be corrected?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. In this regard, I refer to Annex YF4. Moreover, by the time I was appointed, the procurement process has run its course. The tender started on 1st March 2022, based on a court ruling that was issued on 22nd of October 2021. And I know Commissioner Spies has actually went more into detail in that regard. That's why I do not wish to delve in the occurrences before my time and also prior to the APSS unit transferred to the TMPD. Where I comment, I rely on the facts again that have since come to light and or known to me. Put simply, I will provide a high-level background and comment meaningfully on what I discovered. In terms of tender TMPD 02-2016-2017, it relates to a tender issued for the TMPD for the supply of provision of physical security services to protect the property, assets and the persons of the city of Tshwane for a period of 3 years. A copy of the tender document and advert is attached hereto, marked as YF5. The approved budget contract value over the 3 years was an amount of 800 million rand, spread over 3 years as follows. As could be seen, this is a huge figure, close to almost 1 billion rand. The financial breakdown was as follows, although it was then delayed since the contract was only implemented in 2022. In 2015, 2016, the amount was 2,307,000.
237 million.
Thank you, Chairperson. 237,632,200 rand. Chairperson, you happy?
You did not say 1,000. That's 632,000.
632,200.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
We won't judge you. We've seen worse.
216, 217, 245 million, 949,300. 2017, 2018, 254 million, 65,600. I do not have a sufficient background in relation to the procurement of the services, evaluation of the bids and recommendations for this appointments. I therefore cannot state whether any service provider was favoured or not. It is apparent from the court order of 22nd October 2021 that the city and Madlanga, Maslachi Trading, PTY Ltd somehow agreed that bidders recommended by the bid evaluation committee would be appointed to provide the services. Ultimately, and pursuant to the aforesaid court order, the city awarded the service to 22 service providers for 3 years, effective from 1 March 2022 to 28 February 2025. A new tender process started in 2024 to replace the existing tender that would have expired on 28 February 2025. Deputy Commissioner Spies has already come before the Commission and I believe he has provided the relevant context. Also, at the moment, the new tender, we are busy with that process. As I said today, we are busy with the BAC and Deputy Commissioner Spies has been appointed as the responsible person. Also, Commissioners, I know you're going to ask, why is this process taking so long? It was my same question, Commissioners. Why, if we know we don't start 9 months before the time or even longer, start with the process so that we can not wait for the tender to lapse and you go for a month to month. Commissioners, it can be, as you know, that is what the environment has been creating for a very long time. That we allow it to lapse and then we just renew it on a monthly basis. And that we want to come to an end. We don't want that to continue like in that fashion anymore. As I already alluded, ultimately my goal, and sooner rather than later, is just to build in-house capacity and not have this function outsourced. Commissioners, next I address the request for additional funding as it was emailed to Deputy Commissioner Spies by Deputy Commissioner Umasi Dlamini that more funds were required.
Can I just stop you? I just want to ask just 2 questions, perhaps. The report that you got just want to confirm for the record, it included the tender for TMPD. If you go to page 61 of that file. At the bottom there, paragraph 4.2.1, it talks about appointed security service providers.
I'm still getting there. Just repeat again, sorry, Commissioner. Sorry,
Page
sir.
61,
61. I'm there.
at the bottom, paragraph 4.2.1,
I'm there, thank you.
the city, it reads the city appointed 22 security service providers, and then it explains the services. This is the same tender that we're dealing with. Now, I just wanted to check on your side, did you try and investigate anything about this tender when you got to this report?
In terms of the old tender,
In the security,
the
security tender? did you-
2016, 2017 tender.
Correct.
Try to investigate it.
Yes.
No, I did not investigate it.
Okay.
Not at all.
Okay. And then in terms of your, of dealing with this report, did you ask for any briefing on it, or you were happy with how it is?
The briefing from,
No, from the person who compiled it, or anyone else who may be involved, or you were happy with the report itself as it stands?
we did request and we did have several conversations. However, we did not receive the written one, which we received at a very late stage. And by the time we've received the written document, rightfully so in what's put in an email, we had to already figure out the complexity of APSSS. This also comes, the report comes a month after I've already also stumbled across the ad hoc. Remember the ad hoc I stopped 12 March 2025. The report came April 2025.
Correct.
And if you look at the report, there's not much that is said even about ad hoc. If you look at the report itself.
Yes, that's why I was
Yes.
going to ask about your satisfaction about the report.
Yes, the report, yes, it was broad. However, you needed to make sure that you do your proper assessment of the sites, etc., to get more information, and then also in terms of the resources. For example, APSS didn't have any vehicles, for example. So the handover of the staff, all of that, and I understand the predicament that the group at Paledi was in. She also just was overseeing and was in the office of the city manager. So we had to obviously make sure that we do our assessments and make sure that we know APSS from start, and whatever measures that we have to put in place, we have to put in place from TMPD side.
Okay, let me perhaps see if I understand it correctly. So you got this report. This is now 9 months after APSS was transferred to you. So for that period, let's assume it's some vacuum. We'll come back to it. When you get this report, am I understanding you correctly to say you then did an assessment whether what it said was correct or not in terms of the sites and everything else?
When Deputy Commissioner Spies was appointed, the assessment already started.
Yes.
So we actually started already the assessment. Remember, he was appointed 1st March 2025. Yes, he took from this report. However, most of the things in this report we already knew. Through that, we have done our own type of figuring out what APSS is about and what we need to know. We did our own type of, you need to start with your organizational structure. You need to find out what was it intended. You needed to look at the function. You needed to look at what is the function of APS. Are they performing it? All those things was done.
And all these problems about ad hoc, had you identified them at the time?
At the time, ad hoc deployment, obviously, if you don't bring it to a person's attention, ad hoc appointments was not done. There was no procedure in place. So if there's no procedure in place and no written rule, that is how ad hoc deployment came about.
Okay, thanks. We'll come back to it.
Can I just follow up? And based on an earlier discussion, you said that you have these meetings on a regular basis with your deputy commissioners. And one of those meetings is the budget meeting that happens, I think you said monthly, the budget meeting. Isn't that meeting the forum, and here you must say how it works and what kind of information serves in that budget committee. But sitting where I'm sitting, I would have expected that the big expenditure on ad hoc services, not only is it big in number, but it's exhausting your budget, what you've been allocated for security services. That I would have thought it's something that comes up in your budget meeting because you are tracking. That's where you discuss how are we doing financially. Is that what happens, and why would you not have picked up in those budget meetings that you have a problem with ad hoc services? Even if at that time you don't know it's ad hoc services, but you see a depletion of your budget going down very quickly, should you not have picked it up there in the way that those meetings, monthly meetings, work?
Commissioner, in terms of if you have the budget and the depletion will only come close to the end. The depletion will not be immediately. So yes, in that meeting, Watchman Services is the name. That came up a lot. There was also that we did not sometimes get the entire budget. Maybe you get 500,000. And then by the adjustment budget, you will have to actually apply or write to request because you're going to run out of funding. If you take the amount, I'm talking about the amount of sites that we had to deploy at that is not ad hoc services. That alone, your budget is running out already. So you will apply for that. If it comes to the ad hoc, as I will also come to that, the ad hoc services, where I pick up, yes, the ad hoc services is where an email was sent from Deputy Commissioner Dlamini to Deputy Commissioner Spies to say that there is 20 additional sites. That sparks me to look at this and say, I think I sent 3 consecutive emails that day to say, number one, 20 additional sites, because I'm thinking nobody, as you say correctly so, Commissioner, at that meetings came and said we have an issue. There was break-ins, for example, or there was vandalism, or brought something to my attention that we required ad hoc deployment. So I wanted to know, if you look at the emails, what is this ad hoc services? And why did you require 20 additional? For me, that was just a red flag. I also wanted to know who approved it, and I requested Deputy Commissioner Spies to do an investigation in that regard. I also requested him to stop it with immediate effect and to put a process in place on how to manage and how are you requesting ad hoc services. Needless to say, Commissioners, if I must just continue. After I stopped at ad hoc services, and only now in hindsight I can see, a smear campaign started against me. Number one, my qualifications, it was said that I misrepresented my qualifications. Number two, it was said that I received a 450,000 voucher. I don't know from who. A forensic investigation was done, and I welcomed it because I know it's not true. I've requested the people that do the forensic investigation not let, because Metropolis can do certified copies. I'm not going to give you certified copies. I want you to go to the university to go verify my qualifications. My qualifications was verified. Number two, who will give you a 450,000 rand voucher? Coming from anonymous WhatsApp. That was also showed that it is also lies.
You mentioned the voucher in paragraph 51
Yes,
of
Commissioner.
your statement.
Yes, Commissioner.
And there's no indication who the voucher was from or what it was for. The anonymous WhatsApp text you are referring to, did it mention who the voucher came from or what it was for?
Commissioner, I don't know what was the voucher for, supposed to be for. And I've never heard in my life that you can get such a big voucher.
So there was no detail even from the person who made the allegation?
The 450,000,
Yes.
what the voucher was for? No, there was no
No detail.
explanation, no, Commissioner.
Oh, okay. So you say it was an anonymous
Anonymous WhatsApp, Commissioner.
WhatsApp text, all right. Okay.
But,
Please continue with your response to Commissioner Baloyi.
Commissioner Baloyi,
Let me tell you what I'm struggling with. I know that you become aware, and then you become aware that there's a request for further funding,
Yes, Commissioner.
and then you give the instructions as you did. We've heard that from Commissioner Spies. What I'm struggling with, or what's not clear to me, is that you become aware because at the point where Deputy Commissioner Dlamini says to Commissioner Spies, Deputy Commissioner Spies, we've run out of money, you need to go and ask for more money. That's when you become aware, because I think you're copied or something. But
Yes, I'm copied,
Yes,
Commissioner.
you become aware of it. But I'm concerned about your lack of awareness before that email, when in fact, on your account, you have these monthly budget meetings, and I don't understand them. That's why I was hoping that you would explain how these budget meetings work, what kind of conversations you have, what kind of information is presented to you. To me, a layperson who's outside of your systems, I assume that in a budget meeting, one of the things that you would do is to track your performance, your financial performance against budget.
yes, Commissioner.
So I expect that there you would pick up how you are doing with the expenses, security expenses. So long before Deputy Commissioner Dlamini says to Deputy Commissioner Spies, we've run out of money, you need to go and get money. Long before that, you would have picked it up from your meetings,
From my meetings.
and then taken action to do the kind of investigation that you say you then instructed to give the kind of instructions that you gave. So I'm struggling with that you become aware only late in the day, and yet you seem to have a vehicle of these meetings that should be your alert mechanism. Can you just explain why it is you would not have picked this up from your budget meetings?
Commissioner, in terms of the ad hoc, you could only pick up the ad hoc if the ad hoc, obviously, Commissioner, is done in the correct way. Let me start there. If the ad hoc is not done in a way that it's supposed to be with all, that is why we are picking this up now, and it's in this commission, that we pick up that people has done the ad hoc, whether they were authorized to do it, whether it was in a manner that was supposed to do it. So if people are doing things not in the manner that you do it transparent, and people are doing it in a way that they don't want it to be transparent, then Commissioner Baloyi, then You will not immediately pick it up, Commissioner Baloy.
Case of, in these budget meetings, there are no reports. There was no report, for example, about here's the budget for ad hoc security services that we were allocated, if there is a budget for that. I don't recall the evidence of Commissioner Smith.
No, Commissioner, you don't get a budget for
ad hoc services.
No,
You
only
get
for the
for
watchman,
security. Yes. Does it mean that in your budget meetings, there's no specific reports that delineates, that says, this is how we are doing, we are spending, and we are spending it. We've spent so much on ad hoc services. So I understand you saying that, people procure services not in a transparent manner, and, all sorts of games get played there. I understand, I can see that part, how it would happen. But you have a regular budget meeting, and I would have thought that in your budget meeting, you would, among other specific items, be told, here's where we are spending, and we are spending so much on ad hoc services, and this is the impact of it on our budget. Are you saying nothing of sorts happens in your meeting?
There is a presentation that is done, Commissioner Baloy, where we discuss each and every line item, obviously. Maybe if I can also just submit that presentation to put it more into context of what was discussed as part of my supplementary, I will appreciate that. If it's then...
You can do that, but let me ask this maybe finally. As you sit there, are you saying in these meetings, as a specific line item,
Yes.
there wouldn't have been discussions, or there was no discussions about ad hoc services and what they were costing you and what they were doing to your budget? Are you saying it didn't happen?
Commissioner, the watchman services is always a bone of content. That was discussed
So
in the
watchman
meeting.
is ad hoc?
Watchman services. No,
Uh-huh.
ad hoc is more, I will say, watchman services is the budget that I get for where the sites that I deploy. So that will be the outsource.
Okay.
So that will be what we pay. The ad hoc services is over and above.
Yes.
So we will discuss, obviously, that invoices are received for, but I'm talking about where we deploy at the sites.
Yes.
Outsource where you are legally deployed. So ad hoc is when deployment is taking place, as I explained, and the deployment are taking place like we've picked up let me just use that as example, the 20 extra, so that didn't go through the budget committee. You understand, Commissioner Baloy? It never went through the budget committee, because has that went through the budget committee, obviously I would have asked questions and say, what is this and who authorized it, like I've asked on the email. So the ad hoc didn't have also a process in place. You cannot just put ad hoc, and as I already explained, and there's no process in place. So, Commissioner Baloy, as I said, we received APSS. We figured out APSS complexity as we go along. I stopped the ad hoc the March. I got a report the month after the April of things that I've already figured out, or me and Deputy Commissioner Bollys that had extra responsibility that we already had to figure out. So in terms of the ad hoc is not like now, it is a before request and not deploy and then you just bring the invoice.
Okay. All right, we'll leave it for now.
I want to make sure that I understand you, Commissioner. Your explanation seems to suggest, in particular because of your reference to sites, it seems to suggest that what would be budgeted for would be security guards who would perform services at the sites.
Yes. Yes, let's check.
which basically suggests that there was no budget allocation at all for ad hoc services.
Yes, Commissioner.
If that is what you are saying, I find that a bit strange, because my understanding is that there has been, and for a while, in existence, the facility of the provision of ad hoc services. And if that is so, surely that would be budgeted for. Money would not simply be taken from the budget provided for rendering services at sites. I just want to make sure that I understand you correctly when you say there would be no budget whatsoever for ad hoc services. If that is your testimony, then I find it a bit strange.
Commissioner,
If I'm mistaken,
Yeah.
tell me to my face that I am mistaken.
Commissioner, the budget received is for the outsourced security at the sites. So the budget that you receive 1st of July every year is for that. Ad hoc is when you require over and above security guards. I made an example where I say, for example, if you have a library, for example, you've deployed 2 there. However, all of a sudden there's vandalism, there's theft, or whatever, or you renovate it, so you put additional now. So that will be, or something happened, then you will put ad hoc.
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
the examples. But my point is more this. This is something that the municipality foresees. So the municipality knows that issues like those will arise. It's not even may arise,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
will arise. And I suggest to you that this is something that has been happening. I would even say for as long as Tshwane municipality and TMPD have been in existence. And if that be so, it sounds very strange to me to be told that despite this foreseeability, there would be no provision in terms of the budget for these occurrences. That sounds strange to me. There's just a budget for the provision of security services at sites, and that's it. And then you just take money from that budget when something that is foreseeable does indeed arise as it should, or as it will. That sounds strange to me.
I think, Commissioner, I think the CFO will be able to actually give you more context in that regard.
Yes,
and he will be
yes.
able to explain to you in terms of the allocation in that regard.
Yes, and possibly even the accounting officer, the city manager, if
Yeah.
the city manager will be called. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
This is not meant to put you on the spot, but it's just wanting to understand your testimony. Thank you.
Commissioner,
thank
I
you.
appreciate.
Yes,
I really appreciate.
thank you.
It is also letting. I came here. I'm at university. I came to learn as well, Commissioner.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
constructive.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Mrs. Kakane?
Thank you. Of course, we will reserve some of the questions for the CFO, but I would imagine, and we'll go to it at a later point again, it is part of your duties to at least manage the TMPD and the finances. And what the chair is saying at the very least, or the commissioners, their questions are, at the very least, you ought to foresee what services that are required by this institution or not institution, by this unit that was transferred to you. And therefore you need to ensure, as I understand it, management, to foresee that this is the amount and try and track previously how much has been used in order to plan for the future. Would you say that has happened, or that happened with ad hoc services for this contract?
You receive the budget of Watchman services. You don't receive additional. And then if you require more, then obviously you have to put in documentation, especially when it comes to the adjustment budget. So that budget we receive, we do not have influence over that budget. That budget, you just receive the budget. I do not request the amount of budget. That is a budget that you received from the group financial services, which is obviously the responsibility of the CFO. So if I can answer like that.
Okay, thank you. And it would still be part of your duties as a senior manager to at least prevent mismanagement, irregular expenditure, and wasteful expenditure, so to speak. Okay,
Yes, that is part of my duties.
thank you.
Even on the question of the budget allocation, on which you say that TMPD has no input, there's a lot wrong with that as well, if indeed that's the position, because the people who do the allocation, they may not necessarily have an intimate knowledge of what you actually require in terms of funds. So it seems to make practical sense to me that there should be an input by the various sections/departments within Tshwane. Of course, the inputs do not necessarily mean that you will get what you indicated you want. So that's something else. But not having an input at all, there's a lot wrong with it.
No, Commissioner,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
do have input into, we all have input, all the different departments. You do put your request.
Oh, then
What I was trying
yeah.
to say is that I do not have control over the
What you
budget that
get
I will
eventually,
get out of that.
what
Yes,
you get,
Commissioner.
or which
Yes,
is exactly
Chair.
the point I was
Yes,
making.
Chair. No, you are correct.
Then I misunderstood
No,
you.
no. Maybe I didn't bring it across.
Yeah, you
that
went
way.
to the tail end.
Yes,
which
but
I
no, we do
understand,
have, we have regular meetings.
All right.
We,
No.
Several meetings where
No,
you
thank you.
obviously, each one must do their presentation.
All right,
You will
all
have to
right.
come there and explain. It's not just, it's a very intense meeting.
No, thank you,
No,
thank you.
we definitely have that
That
input.
makes perfect sense. Thank you very much.
you.
Thank you.
Chair, I see that it is 1:01. Perhaps
It looks like I thought we were left with a few pages, and I thought we could finish. But let's take the lunch adjournment and resume at 2 p.m. Let's adjourn.
thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your indulgence. Ms. Faro, Commissioner Faro, we are going to continue with your statement. We were at paragraph, I think, 43. We had to start with paragraph 43. I think we had touched a bit just at a high level, but I'd like us to start with it afresh, just to refresh ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I start, I just reflected, Commissioner Baloy. The APS wasn't insourced when it moved over to the city manager's office. It was just changed in management. I don't know if I understood it correctly, that it said it was insourced when it moved to the office of the city manager. It was actually just a movement of management, not insourced.
Okay,
So I just wanted to correct that if it maybe is confusing.
okay, all right.
Thank you so much, Commissioners and Chairperson. If I can start, I'll just read. I did touch on this paragraph as well as the next one, but I just would like to read it into record. Thank you, Chairperson. Request for additional funding. I initially became aware of a request for additional funding or an extension of the existing budget relating to the additional sites through emails from Deputy Commissioner Dlamini to Deputy Commissioner Revo Spies on 12 March 2025. This email from Deputy Commissioner Dlamini stated that the deployment of the ad hoc security guards had grown exponentially and indicated that an extra 37 sites were added in January 2025, with a further 6 sites added in February 2025. In total, it came to 43 sites. I was copied in this email, and notably, it attached invoices for ad hoc services for January and February 2025. That must also just be corrected, Commissioners. I see it's 2026, it should be 2025. A copy of this email is attached here to, marked as YF6. Upon receiving this communication, I became aware of the cost and the fact that there was no clarity of the procurement of this ad hoc security services. It was also not apparent that there was a proper procedure in place. I immediately instructed Deputy Commissioner Spies to stop the ad hoc security services, as it was not clear how it came about, and it may lead to audit queries and greatly affect the city of Tshwane as a whole due to this unexplained and unauthorized expenditure. I also instructed Deputy Commissioner Spies to initiate a new control measure specifically related to the deployment of ad hoc guards and to launch an investigation in this regard that must lead to consequence management. This was duly implemented as seen by the email from Deputy Commissioner Spies, marked as Annexer YF7. As a result of this action, a new process was created wherein it would be required for any department that seeks any ad hoc security to complete an application form for motivation and commitment that their budget and their funding may be used after APSS conducted a security risk assessment that warrants the deployment of additional guards. It is a prerequisite for the form to be signed off by the respective requesting departments, group heads, and the cluster head. I later learned from Deputy Commissioner Boles that the request for additional funding emanates from a message received from the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Gareth Manisi, on the 25th of February 2025, as per the attached WhatsApp screenshot marked as Annexer YF8. It would seem that the rising costs largely emanated from the unauthorized and irregular deployment of ad hoc security services by Inspector A.L. Piri. He had no authority to issue such directives. Deputy Commissioner Spies has already come before the Commission, and I believe he has provided the relevant context.
Commissioner, can you stop there? I want to get clarity from you, because the email which you refer to as Y7 in your statement is on page 85 of the same bundle. And I could be wrong here, so you will correct me if I'm wrong. I had understood Commissioner Spice's evidence to be that when he sent this email, it was ignored, and his subordinate said to him, please put that in a formal letter, not in an email. If it's in an email, I'm not going to implement, and that's what caused issues, and he needed to be disciplined for that. Is that correct? Is that your understanding? Because your statement seems to suggest that the process was implemented and proof of that is this email. Whereas I had understood Commissioner Spice to be saying his email was ignored. And when he inquired why it was ignored, he was told by his subordinate that he has to put that instruction in a formal letter, not in an email. And the evidence leaders will assist me here. That's just my recollection of what the evidence was. If you remember it differently, you can tell us that you remember it differently.
Commissioner Kumalo, if a subordinate is giving him that, I'm expecting that he should have charged the subordinate for insubordination.
Yes. But what I don't expect is for you to come to the commission and say, this was duly implemented as seen in the email.
Commissioner, what I want to say is that Deputy Commissioner Spice, and I've seen this email now, Deputy Commissioner Spice, when I've given him the instruction, he started with it immediately. So I also now see here by YF7, it's the email of Deputy Commissioner Spice to the Deputy Director Malatsi. Are we on 84, Commissioner? YF7, am I correct?
Yes, Y7 is on page 85.
Commissioner, this 85, this evidence here is remember he responded in an email to me and then that he's going to implement, I speak under correction, or it was implemented. This one that you are referring to now, Commissioner, in terms of that, I have not received that information that you have now given me in writing that is the case, Commissioner Kumalo.
Okay, if you don't have that information,
Yeah.
then maybe it's fine. But that was my recollection of Commissioner Spice's evidence.
Understood, Commissioner Kumalo.
So it may be something that you need to follow up.
Yes,
you know,
I will do
because
that,
we
Commissioner.
cannot rely on your assurance if that assurance
Yes.
is not factual.
Now, definitely, Commissioner, and then I expect him, if a subordinate is telling him that he should have taken action against that subordinate, Commissioner. So I will...
I understood that he did eventually, but the initial reaction was that there was resistance to his email. So maybe we can leave that there for now.
But I will still follow up, Commissioner Kumalo, just for my own sanity. Thank you, Commissioner. I think I'm
Then
now
maybe
by
while-
49.
Sorry, while we are on the point, I think in the next section you deal with Inspector Piri. So the question I'm going to ask is, those letters, when Commissioner Spice showed us the letters, there were at least 2 of them that were not signed by Commissioner Piri. They were signed by one person or 2 other people.
Yes. Yes.
And I would need to know why action is only taken against Piri and not those 2 other people. So if you can just anticipate that and maybe deal with it as well.
Yes,
Sorry,
I
yeah.
can deal with it, Commissioner Kumalo. Commissioner, as I said, we've launched the investigation. We are still busy with investigation. It's just now over this Easter period also. I've also wrote to the Commission requesting certain information as well to the Secretariat of the Commission, and I will follow up in that regard. But Commissioner, I can really assure you, it will not just be one person. Any person that's implicated, even if it takes for us a day or 2 or a week or 2 to come to that, we will obviously make sure that if a person was involved in matters that they shouldn't have, as I said, consequence management will be implemented. I can promise you that.
Because even people who process the payments, remember there's the request to the security company for ad hoc services, and it comes from Inspector Piri. Now, when invoices come in and people process those payments, do they not care that Piri was not authorized to issue those instructions? Why do they authorize payments running into millions, tens if not hundreds of millions, when the person who issued the ad hoc instructions was not authorized to do so?
Commissioner Kumalo, you're 100%. We know who processed it. We have the names of the people that from the whole food chain. I can guarantee you, we are busy with that investigation. We know exactly, I've requested through internal affairs the authorization. I requested who stamped it. I requested based on what. So yes, I can guarantee you, Commissioner Kumalo, we are busy. And then it is not the first or the second or the third person that we are dealing with. I promise you, we are really looking at it thoroughly. And as we look into it, Commissioner Kumalo, we also look into the process. It's no use we are dealing with the people that has done this, but the process we need to look at and we need to correct the process. So we are doing both of that, Commissioner Kumalo. I can promise you that.
Commissioner, can I think just to exploit the discussion about Piri, please turn to page 98 of the file you have in front of you, file 1.
98?
Correct. This is, as you suggest, part of the corrective measures. Correct?
Give me a minute, I'm pulling them out. That's correct.
Correct. Oh, let me wait for commissioners.
I have a different 98.
Apologies.
Okay, I'll give you my file when we finish and see what needs to be corrected. My 98 is a document that starts at page 96, and it's a memorandum, tenders to be advertised. Do you have the same, Commissioner?
No, Commissioner.
You have a different document?
Commissioner Baloy, I have the,
Okay,
actually
I'll
the
share with the
pre-suspension
chair in the
letter.
meantime.
Apologies, Commissioner Kumala. We'll resolve this issue. Thank you. You will see that.
I'm still Baloy.
Apologies.
Till further notice.
Apologies, commissioners. At page 98 is a letter signed by yourself, notice of intention to suspend Piri, correct?
That's correct.
And at the bottom there is your signature, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And we know that the emails about stopping ad hoc services or security services happened, or the concern rather, on 12 March 2025, correct?
That's correct.
Will you explain why it takes a year to discipline Piri?
Commissioners, allow me just to just explain. Remember, I've requested Commissioner Spies to investigate. Then, I think by June 2025, he sent it to the internal cities guard department, which then also responded that there is, in terms of what they've read, that he can be disciplined. Then we sent it to the Internal Affairs Department of TMPD to do a thorough investigation in that regard. In terms of the TMPD, they then couldn't get certain information because we do not have access to certain information. It was then sent to Deputy Commissioner Dlamini, I think 30th of July. And then Deputy Commissioner Dlamini obviously did not send that documents further, bearing in mind he's responsible for internal affairs. In the meantime, Deputy Commissioner Spies was meeting with the Hawks, as well as he briefed me other departments. He met with them July, August, September, and October. They were then busy with the process, obviously, to make sure that they get more evidence. For that moment, we did not want to disturb the process. Then Deputy Commissioner Spies followed up in terms of what happened to the document. And then obviously we've learned that Brigadier Danny Bernard did forward it to the head of that department, which is Deputy Commissioner Dlamini. And then we found out then, the documents was there by him. And then obviously upon finding that out, we put measures in place and then obviously the systems. And we made sure then that in terms of other information that also came to our attention, that we had then enough also to what I pre-suspension and then suspension in that regard. The investigation, we haven't received the feedback obviously from the Hawks back and the other department that was busy with a parallel investigation. However, the process has been started and we will now run with the process.
Advocate Sikakane, just to be fair to Commissioner Faro, if you can go to file 8, this is what I was referring to. Commissioner Spies' statement starts on page 37 of that file.
Apologies, Commissioner, which page?
49.
49.
So his statement starts on 37.
Okay.
But if you go to page 12 of it, maybe on page 48. Are you there?
I am there.
You see the email he refers to is paragraph 41. That's the same email you were referring to. And then it continues. And then if you look at page 49 on paragraph 46, he says, during the following months, it was mentioned at monthly budget meetings that there were still payments of ad hoc guards as more invoices were submitted by one specific service provider, Gubis 85. I then issued a written instruction on 24 June 2025 to stop the deployment of ad hoc service. More will be allowed beyond 1 July 2025. Do you see that? So it was not implemented in March. It was only implemented in July because he had been told that he can't do it by way of an email. There must be a written letter issued. So that's how the process unfolded.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I will follow up on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to press on this point a bit. And because these are the problems that we see, what we have is a serious issue of someone who essentially causes about 13 million loss. But it takes a year to actually take action against them. What it would mean is that every time that he's at the office, apart from what you are able to find out, he's a risk, or he exposes the municipality or the TMPD. Would you accept that? And I'm not convinced of that there were these investigations for over a year, unless you can accept that it was truly an oversight of some sort on your part or Commissioner Spees' part. I cannot understand why it would take 12 months literally to discipline him for something so obvious.
I cannot accept that. I just explained that it is not that easy. It's a complex investigation. In terms of you need to look at the invoices, you need to make sure that you have all the evidence as well. The same with any investigation. If you're going to take the person, are you going to suspend the person and keep the person 12 months at home? The person is not in direct doing this, or is not doing this anymore. So he doesn't have control over doing that. So I had to also make sure if we want to, that is departments that is investigating and watching, I had to make sure that we do that as well. So at the moment, as I said, that we feel that we have now, over and above even what we have more than to actually go ahead with the case as well. And as I said, we are still waiting on other departments, but we can't wait on them, rightfully so. If it's any criminal matter, we cannot wait for the criminal investigation to conclude in order for us not to do departmental. In terms of the one that I will agree with is the one in terms of that it was emailed already on the 30th of July to the head of the department. And there should have been more engagement from the head, although Deputy Commissioner Spies has done his part by following up on a monthly basis. He even engaged with the external investigators on a monthly basis. So I cannot accept that Deputy Commissioner Spies failed in that regard. However, I'm also looking at the time frame. I'm looking at the 30th of July that it was mailed to the head of that unit, and I'm also looking at the bigger picture. So the investigations, the more, it's the same like it's here, the more you touch one thing, another thing comes up. So the investigation is vast. And as I said, we've also, rightfully so, as the chairperson has said, we're also looking at other people in the food chain that was involved in this. It's not only the one person. So the more we investigate and we ask questions, the more names are popping up. So I'm requesting that we do the investigation. It is at a very sensitive point at this moment. And I'm even prepared to give the outcome and how far we came once we have now do the investigation into all the others as well, and also the consequence management.
I think, Commissioner, it seems that from the statement of Deputy Commissioner Spies, it does seem that there may have been speedy movement, because if you look at paragraph 47, Commissioner Khumalo referred you to 46. At 47,
yes.
This is where Commissioner Spies says he received an email from Gubis.
Yes.
And then that was on the 26th of June, 25. And then if you read, and then in 48, he becomes aware that Piri is the one that issued those letters. And then you read on the steps that he took, and then you get to 52, paragraph 52.
Yes, I'm there.
And then it says, on 30 July,
Oh, that is the one.
internal audit completed the report. This is about a month later. And request to Deputy Dlamini, Umashi Dlamini.
Yes.
And it seems Deputy Commissioner Dlamini is the one that sat with the report from the 30th of July, the way I read this paragraph, until the 10th of March, 2026. Yes. Is that your understanding as well of what happened?
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. That is the 30th of July that I referred to, that
Yes.
Brigadier Manares has forwarded to the head, which is you are 100% Deputy Chief Dlamini.
Yes.
I'm also looking at that in that regard.
Yeah.
That is what I said, that allow me to investigate. And the reason why, is it because with the person that we are supposed to discipline, that other things will come out. So allow me, because we are really advanced at the stage in this regard. I'm talking about the internal investigation, not the one with the external ones.
Yes.
So I'm asking, allow me just to complete. I am prepared to give the feedback in this regard. That is also one of the things I'm looking in, Commissioner below. You are 100%.
Yes. Well, I was going to suggest that perhaps it is for Deputy Commissioner Dlamini, when he comes to testify, to explain to Mr. Skakane why from the 30th of July 2025 he sat with this report until the 10th of March 2026.
And immediately when I received it, on the very same day, I actioned it.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Commissioner Beloy.
Thank you, Commissioner Beloy. Please proceed.
It would seem that the rising costs largely emanated from unauthorized. I think I've read that 48. Am I correct, Commissioners?
Please read it again.
You want me to read it again?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that. It will seem that the rising costs largely emanated from unauthorized and irregular deployment of ad hoc security services by Inspector A.L. Piri. He had no authority to issue such directives. Deputy Commissioner Spies has already come before the Commission, and I believe he has provided the relevant context. It is clear that the large beneficiary of the irregular deployment is an entity called Gubis 85 Security Solutions Pty Ltd, to the tune of about or almost 14 million rand. I was not particularly aware of the role of Deputy Commissioner Dlamini and Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Gerrit Menisi, in all of this. I took and trusted them as dedicated officials. I placed reliance on their advisors, and they had never given me any reason to doubt or suspect them. I must say I was taken aback by what came also out of this commission. Then if I can go to the aftermath.
Apologies, just to clarify, at 48, when did you learn that Mr. Piri was not allowed or authorized to issue the directives or notice of deployment?
He is not at this level. And
I'm saying, when did you understand that?
when did I understand?
That he's not authorized.
When the Deputy Commissioner Spies obviously has done his, and when he briefed me in terms of who has authorized this, and then I think it's also in his statement.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Aftermath of stopping ad hoc services. Commissioners, I did touch on this, but I just wanted to read it into record as well. Upon my decision to stop the funds, I faced a smear campaign that questioned my qualifications and acceptance of a 45,000 rand voucher. I do not understand at that point.
450,000.
450,000 rand, yes, Commissioner. I did not understand at that moment, but in hindsight, I am of the opinion it stems from that decision of mine to stop the ad hoc deployment. I stood by my decision as I was doing it for the greater benefit of the city and TMPD. I'm referring to page 4, YF9. I later learned of the irregularities in the procurement and payment for the security services. Deputy Commissioner Spies has already come before the Commission, and I believe he has provided the relevant context. I have since taken measures to suspend Inspector A.L. Piri, who issued the further deployment letters as seen by Annexer YF10. In addition to this, consequent management is being implemented. Deputy Commissioner Dlamini is also currently on suspension. Allegations which derive from this commission are being thoroughly also investigated, and therefore I cannot elaborate further here in order to protect the integrity of these investigations, as I already alluded to. And this is not only from the commission, this is just added. There's also, as I said, what I discovered, what we discovered in terms of the investigation.
Now, why are you only looking at further deployment letters? Why are you not auditing past deployment letters? Because it looks like your scope is narrow here. If you are only looking at somebody who issued further deployment letters, this suggests that those that were issued before the decision, you ignoring those.
We did not find any other than the two. But we are also looking historically, and we are looking at that with the internal affairs. They are looking at historically, and they're looking at, we want the scope to be as wide as possible, Commissioner Kumalo. Even if we must go back and really come to the bottom of this, we are really going back. Really, the information that we are requiring, some is difficult to acquire. However, we are not going to back down.
Because it looks
We are not
like,
going to back down.
It looks like there was no accountability, at least in terms of, as I understand it, the way these ad hoc deployments work. These were emergency services. So
Yes.
if you need emergency guarding services at a water plant or at a facility of the city, there would be these letters that are issued. But there doesn't seem to be any monitoring of service levels to determine whether what Gubis tells you. If Gubis says, for example, we employed 13 security guards at this reservoir, it doesn't seem like anybody checked that that was in fact the case, that it was in fact 13 guards at this price per guard. And I mean, this is public funds. People just approved invoices without checking service levels, without, enforcing if there were breaches of some of these service levels. There were no consequences because it looks like these companies continued providing services. In fact, to this day, they continue to provide services, just not additional ad hoc services.
Commissioner, if you go as far back, you will find that, yes. And that is why I said the moment it was handed over, find out the complexity of this, put measures in place, that is ongoing. So you are correct. In the past, I couldn't find that there's a measure in place. In terms of checking up and making sure contracted services that where you deploy, you support, what you must have uniform, you must have this equipment, are you there, is it the right amount of staff, and then the level, is it the A grade, B grade, that is one of the things that we also are checking. To make sure, surprise visit, that at any given time, the guards that is supposed to be in terms of the service level agreement are there, and penalty clauses must be implemented. The penalty clauses is very important. So if you found it is against the SLA, you need to activate the penalty clause that is in the SLA. So Commissioner Kumali, you are correct. Those were some of the things that we found that was lagging and that we correcting in terms of moving forward.
Thank you. Just before we move to the next section, you are saying that you are still investigating all of these things internally, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, it would seem that until such time you finish the investigation, you wouldn't know how far the road goes, if we were to call it a road. Correct?
It is not such a big section.
Okay.
It's not a big section that is dealing with the matter,
So the investigations are going to be concluded? So
definitely, definitely. It's not a big section, so we, in the meantime, has put measures in place also mitigating. And we're not waiting for the investigation to be concluded. So we are busy also putting as I said, it runs parallel, but it's not a big section. And we know exactly who, and then we are really at the end of this investigation in terms of bringing the others to book as well.
thank you. Commissioners, I think it's just so that we follow the correspondence around the stoppage of these ad hoc services, so that we, just in the interest of time. Can I refer you to file 3? Chief,
Yes, I have it.
that will
fine.
help you. Okay.
I've got it. Right?
Page, Mr. Skakane?
Page 337
337.
330, all right at the beginning.
at the beginning. If you go, I think with the sequence of emails, you go to 343.
Is it file 3?
File 3, yes.
On page?
343, or starting from 342 at the bottom,
I'm starting by 657.
657,
Yes.
file 3.
So, yeah.
Yes. Oh, 4, no.
Mine is at 657. Under sabotage. 657, no, it's not a good one.
Is file 3, Commissioners. 342 at the bottom, that's an email. Commissioner Farah, are you there?
342?
342 at the bottom.
Yes, I'm there.
I'm just trying to make sure we all follow. So this is the, the email from Umashi Dlamini to Commissioner Rivos Peace, copying amongst others yourself, Deputy Commissioner Boles, and somewhere in the bottom, Chugudu Malachi. And then in that email, this is where this is where he's asking essentially that there must be more funding.
Yes.
And he explains that there's an increased usage of ad hoc services. And then at page 342, the response from Commissioner Spies is to ask 3 minutes later who approved or mandated the ad hoc services. Correct?
That's correct.
Correct. And you were still copied in that. There's absolutely no trick with what I'm doing. It's just so that we follow that discussion we were having, because I think we got broken somehow in understanding the sequence. At page 341, that's at the bottom, that's your email. Can I take it COP means Chief of Police?
Commissioner of Police.
Okay. Commissioner of Police. At the bottom, you then write to Umashi Dlamini and Commissioner Spies, and you say, you express shock about that there's 30 additional sites just for January. And you ask who approved this, and you ask Commissioner Boles. Can you just maybe explain that to us, perhaps in the understanding of ad hoc sites as the debate has been had?
You want me to explain the email?
Correct, your shock
Okay.
around this thing, so that we just follow as we go.
It took me 7 minutes to respond to this email, what I read in the 2 emails. I've then wanted to know the 30 additional sites only for January 2025. I see there's 4 exclamation marks. And then who approved this? The reason why I said Deputy Commissioner Boles, remember, he was still January and February overseeing APSS. Deputy Commissioner Spies only started 1st of March. Then I wanted to know, did he approve it, DC Boles? Then I said, I'm not signing off any documentation or requesting additional funds. That moment I was in Mako and I said, I'm currently in Mako. I'm not going to entertain this. DC Spies, please launch investigation in this regard because he was appointed the first, this is 11 days after he was appointed. Then I also then again responded, added to the below email, this behavior must stop as it will cause audit queries which will not only affect the department but the COT as a whole. I'm not going to request additional budget for unauthorized ad hoc sites. I will request an investigation and consequence management. 2 reports must be drafted. 1, and that is obviously after he investigated the authorized ad hoc sites and then also the unauthorized. The authorized ones are easy because we are aware of it. Then I again, a few minutes after that, sent another mail to say, Deputy Commissioners, please stop any ad hoc deployment until the correct procedure determined by you have been implemented, bearing in mind there is no additional funding already. Then I actually, Commissioner Kumalo, I actually referred to this email. And further to the ad hoc C deployment, that is a response from Revo Spies, obviously to Malatsi. Cease deployment if guards, stop the deployment of all ad hoc guards as with effect tomorrow morning. That is why this was actually the email that I referred to Commissioner Kumalo, where he then immediately, you see that is on the 12th, just a few minutes after I sent the email, actually 4 minutes that he actually gave that instruction. The one that, Commissioner, that you alluded to, that he gave him that lip, I was not aware of that because that will be between him and his immediate Deputy Commissioner. But as I said, I want to look into that as well.
So that formal letter is on 347.
Yes, Commissioner.
And
I've
the
seen
point
this.
was that the 12 March email was ignored. So Malachi ignored it, did not implement it. Reasons were given that it can't be in an email, it has to be in a formal letter, and that formal letter you see followed 3 months later.
Yeah.
3.5 months later, and it's on page 347.
I do see that, Commissioner, and as I said, I want to look into that as well. Thank you,
Thanks.
Commissioner.
Perhaps it would be unfair to ask you, it should have been an issue that Commissioner Spies would have explained.
Yes.
If you say immediate,
Yes.
why does it take
Yes.
another 2-3
No, I'm
months
going to look into that, definitely.
to then action that?
Yes.
Because these are the things we just say it's going to take time.
Yes.
And then I think Commissioner Kumar was saying then, it's public funds that are being
Yes.
used.
No, definitely.
Correct.
I do agree.
Jessica, we've learned in this commission that immediately does not mean immediately.
At least, Commissioner, my immediate is immediate. But be rest assured, I'm going to look into all of this because that was my instruction to everyone. I will look into that, definitely. I expect if I give instruction, everybody must follow it.
Thank you. Commissioner Kumalo, I was restraining myself from highlighting immediately. And then if you go to page 338.
Still the same file?
Same file, yes. This is just the last point.
Let's give the page again.
338.
338. And there?
Now, this is what comes under cover this email, correct?
Yes, yes, yes.
And when you see it, and apologies for jumping around, when you see it, you see two things. What you see is that this is in January, so it
Yes.
seems alone.
Yes.
You've got Trautic Protection Services that has ad hoc sites.
Yes.
Then we have Mogalagadi Security.
Yes.
And then we've got Gubis 85 Solutions Security,
That's correct.
which has sites, according to this, up to 37,
That's correct.
which total 14 million. And obviously, we understand that there would have been 22 companies or
Yes.
service providers. Just at the time, did it strike you that Gubis seems to have been this efficient or favored?
That is part of the investigation.
No, I'm saying at the time.
Yeah, definitely when I saw it, definitely. Definitely.
And then just to follow up, with the investigation, how would it cover whether actually the invoices or the actual deployments, if they say they had 2 guards, how would we know that they actually had 2 guards, or they just did not have anyone else?
Exactly.
Is that part of your
That
investigation?
is definitely part of my investigation to, as I said, what is the reasoning for 20 additional? So we are looking at it. What is the reasoning for that? Where were they? Attendance, everything we're looking into. We're definitely looking into all of those.
And so, would I then be correct, or maybe I'm wrong, to say that previously there wasn't a method to double check that, perhaps, or it was there?
They have the personnel that must do that checks.
Also, there are people.
Yeah,
that do the
there
checks.
is people that must do the checks. Contract services that must do the checks to see. Does it, as I said, also ad hoc, let me not use ad hoc, surprise visit, just to see also in terms of, I've explained it in terms of the SLA, you must have the SLA with you. The SLA is very detailed. To see if you are in uniform, the equipment that you must have, the type of guard that you must have, also the amount of guards that you must have there. Because we are aware that you must maybe have 5, but then you deploy 2. So we are aware of that. So you have that component that must check on that.
Okay.
Yes.
No, thanks.
Mr. Kakane, before you leave this page, Commissioner Farrow, just so that it doesn't look like this commission is picking on Gubi's security for whatever reason, I can't remember where I read this, and you don't have to give us a detailed answer now, but I just need clarity on the 3 entities that we see on page 338. Are you also investigating whether or not any of those entities are owned by city officials?
We're looking at everything, Commissioner Kumalo.
Because in one of the documents I have seen, I cannot remember which one, there was an allegation made that the first one there, Triotic, is owned by city officials, as in City of Tshwane officials. That may or may not be true, but my question is simply whether you are investigating that as well.
And then, Commissioner, we will do our investigation in terms of obviously the allocation, site allocation, etc. When the CFO comes, they have all the information of that security company. I would prefer that you also pose that question to the CFO. I would really prefer that. But in terms of our investigation, we're obviously looking also at you have the 22 companies, and then we look at the how regular and how many, and then that will also be part of our questions, definitely.
Thank you.
Definitely, Commissioner Kumalo.
I thought Commissioner Kumalo was asking, does your investigation include investigating ownership of these companies that are on your panel?
Obviously, we are looking into all of that because we, as you said, I've read in the supply chain management policy when I started, And it says you must not, one of it says that you must not, conflict of interest must be, so we're taking the supply chain management policy and see, was there any contravention also from the site, and so that we can have a more detailed type of investigation. As I said, we don't want to, we are not only zooming in, if we are one by one now consequence managed, it doesn't mean we are just dealing with a one person. We have to now start from A and end at Z. We have to get it right. So yes, Commissioner Baloy, we are looking into every single thing. I can promise you that.
Just to assist Commissioner Kumalo, I think it has been in the media. If I may refer you, just out of interest on that trial check. Yes, that's file 6.
Bundle 6.
Page 548. It's part of the chats that was shared.
Yes. Which page? Thank you so much.
Thank you. On 549, that's, yeah.
Yes, that's what I just wanted to locate, your understanding perhaps. I didn't intend to at least go through this at this point in time. Thank you.
Yes.
Please put that file away, yes.
Yes. It's on the screen.
Okay. Could you please then continue from page 55 of your statement?
Sorry, we put away file 3.
I will then continue with TMPD 01 2024/2025 land invasion. Tender TMPD 01 2024/2025 relates to the procurement of services for the monitoring and prevention of illegal land and building occupation, as well as the demolition of any illegal structures. The appointment will be for 3 years on an as and when required basis, meaning only when there is land invasion, so you will, and then those that must patrol to prevent the land invasion, it will obviously be the hotspots. I attach a copy of the invitation to the bid marked as YF11. The tender advertisement request, we call it a TAR or TAR, was signed off by me on the 27th of May 2024. I then appointed Brigadier Sipho Sebastian Nkomo and Brigadier J. Mabunda as the departmental representatives at the Bid Evaluation Committee, BAC. The reason why I appointed Brigadier Nkomo, he was that time acting Deputy Commissioner of Specialized Services. And Brigadier Mabunda is the head of land invasion.
Commissioner Faru, you're confusing me now. When I asked you this earlier, you said only the city manager can make these appointments. Now you are saying to us, I appointed these people as representatives to the BEC.
This is in terms of the TAR.
But what's the difference?
The TAR is the tender advertisement request this is one page that I sign off. So in terms of this, it should be the city manager, yes.
You are confusing me. Who appoints members of the BEC? Remember, that was my earlier question, and you said, no, it can't be you or the CFO, it's the city manager. Does this not suggest that you appointed Or does it mean nominate?
Nominate.
You nominate and then the city manager appoints
Nominate.
or approves?
Commissioner Kumalo, nominate.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. The tender procurement process, I will just correct there, Commissioner Kumalo. The tender procurement process was successfully concluded and ultimately 8 bidders were awarded a tender. Then the tender process was also subjected to probity. Probity review is done by group audit and risk. They check that the process was followed correctly in appointing these 8 companies. I do not know how the tender was evaluated. However, Brigadier Sipo Nkomo will then also come before this committee so that he can just also put it more into context. He will only be giving evidence in terms of that entire process. I do not know how the tender was evaluated, and he will also assist, he assisted with technical expertise on behalf of TMPD. And he will be able to give more context in this regard once he appears before the Commission. Concluding remarks. In conclusion, I wish to reiterate that my tenure as Commissioner of the TMPD has been guided by a steadfast commitment to the principles of integrity, as well as transparency and the rule of law. Since my appointment, I have endeavored to ensure that the TMPD operates not only as an efficient and effective law enforcement agency, but also as a responsible organ of state that adheres strictly to the procurement frameworks set out in the Constitution and the MFMA. I have a specific duty to report corruption under Section 34 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 2004. And I'm not only doing it because if I fail, it could result in a 10-year prison sentence. I do it because that is the right thing to do. The Independent Police Investigative Directorate, also known as IPID, in terms of the IPID Act 2011, is broader. Section 29 requires all SAPS members, and commissioners, we are appointed under the SAPS Act 68 of 1995, to notify IPID immediately after becoming aware of graft or other cases falling within IPID's mandate. Contraventions carry also up to 2 years imprisonment.
Have you reported any matters to IPID?
We're going to do that, Commissioner, I promise you. As I said, our investigation, we already reported to other organs of state, as I said. Yes. We are going to, when the investigation is eventually concluded, we are going to make sure any contravention that was there in terms of any law act, we will report it and report it to the national organ of state. What we've picked up, Commissioner, is if you start charging people, they resign and then they just go to somewhere else. And then everybody just leave the case and nothing comes of it because the person has left the employ of whatever municipality. We are not going to allow that. We will still pursue any other contravention and any act. That is what I've given to my investigating head to do. That is now acting Deputy Commissioner Danny Manar.
Yes, I think my question is more general than specific. I think in your testimony earlier in the day, you said that you've had cases of members of TMPD being arrested for different things. And one of the examples you gave was bribery, for example. And so my question, it being general, is do you have any cases, not necessarily arising from these procurement matters that we are concerned with now, but do you have any pending matters that have been reported to IPID and that IPID is handling in respect of the TMPD?
Definitely, Commissioner. We also have a quarterly meeting with IPID.
Yes.
And as I didn't actually answer Commissioner Kumalo when you asked, do we implement the recommendations? Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
You offered to deal with it in a supplementary.
But I just wanted to say, yes, all the recommendations coming from IPID, I also get the reports, and I make sure that is one of the things that I monitor to make sure that we implement it. So
And
yes,
I'm
definitely.
assuming in your supplementary, you can give us the statistics.
I'll do that,
You
definitely.
can say, for example, over the past 3 years.
Definitely.
There were this number of IPID recommendations, all of them were implemented. Those that were not implemented,
Definitely.
what's the reason?
May I correct you, Commissioner Kumalo? Can I have it from the 1st of October 2023? That was under my...
Yes, yes.
Thank you
I
so
think
much,
that's
Commissioner
fair.
Kumalo.
Thank
You are so kind. Thank you.
Commissioner, you rightly point out or lament
Yes.
that people resign.
Yes.
And then that's the end of that matter. But isn't the solution to that matters must be reported to the SAPS?
Definitely.
As I've understood it, with Ekurhuleni, in respect of Ekurhuleni, similar cases, it's that complaints, and I think Commissioner Spies, as
Yes.
he then was,
Yes.
referred matters to the SAPS, and then those matters were then referred to IPID. From the SAPS, they go to IPID. Isn't that what should be the practice, in fact, the way to circumvent people escaping criminal prosecution or consequences for what is effectively criminal conduct, that complaints should be lodged with the SAPS? And that way a person resigns, they get out of the clause of the IPID, but they remain under police jurisdiction. Have you considered?
You are 100% Commissioner Baloy. As I alluded when I did my background, I'm also the chair of the National Commissioners Forum of the country. We even took that matter up at the national level. We don't only want it to happen at TMPD. What we also do, we deregister you as a Metro Police officer or more a traffic officer, so that you can't also jump to go from one department. And we're also looking at the database that we can also share that information. So you are correct. And also we said we don't want to wait on the South African Police Service and IPID or whoever is investigating to give us a feedback. We need to follow up. And if we see that it stays too long with a person, you can follow up with a senior. We need to start following up and not leave it and say, I'm waiting on IPID, I'm waiting on the South African Police Service. We need to trace our case numbers, and we need to trace our cases that we report. So that is what we as the commissioners of the country also want to, busy with actually, and we're looking at standardizing it on a national level. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Now, paragraph 61. In my commitment, I have taken proactive steps, including the instruction of new control measures to mitigate the risk of irregular expenditure and to safeguard the city's resources. Given what I've learned, I believe it is important that we continue to pay close attention to procurement processes and internal interferences in the manipulation on ongoing process within the TMPD. That must also be done without interference from the person that maybe wants to claim I'm monitoring, but then you interfere as well. I remain fully committed to assisting this commission in its mandate. I hope that the information and documentation provided in the statement, supplemented by the testimonies of deputy commissioners and officials I have designated, and the supplementary homework that I've received, I'm just adding that, Commissioner Kumalo, my homework that I received will provide the necessary clarity on the matters under inquiry. I would also like to highlight to the Commission to assist in protecting those that expose fraud and corruption and any form of irregularities because of what I have experienced. One becomes a target as soon as you expose corrupt activities. And I'm sure after I've appeared in front of this commission, it will not stop. However, commissioners, I will do this over and over again. I would also want to make use of this opportunity to thank the commissioners and all the evidence leaders and everyone behind the scenes if it was so much intense for me in terms of making sure that you give your statement is there and your evidence and making sure you meet regularly with the evidence leader, I really can not even imagine how much it be for the commissioners that sits here on a daily basis. I really want from my side to thank you for what you are doing for the country and for the province of Gauteng, and I wish that this can be rolled out after Gauteng to all the municipalities within the borders of South Africa. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity that I could have be a witness in front of this commission and also have given some clarity and also some information in terms of what was in the statement and then also the evidence that was attached. Thank you, commissioners.
Mr. Sakane?
Thank you. I think we might have missed the boat a bit. I think we had started with that. We'll let Commissioner Faro go through her statements and then be not as interruptive, but I think we took some time interrupting. In the interest of time, there are areas that I would like to probe with her.
Yes.
I will not go to too much detail in the interest of time.
Commissioner, thank you for your remarks. I just want to say that what is bothersome is that in many instances, starting with Eguruleni, SAPS, and now Tshwane, there has been a lot of movement by the institutions concerned, the action being taken against officials. But what's bothersome about that is that, but for what has been divulged at this commission, it seems that it would have been business as usual. That is quite bothersome. I'm not necessarily directing this at you, but at the institutions concerned. And we are talking what? This is only SAPS, Eguruleni, and SAPS, only at the top level, at the level of generals. Yes, there may be an odd brigadier and so on here and there. So that's a very small window, if I may call it that, both at SAPS and also nationally in terms of only Eguruleni, only Tshwane. So it's quite bothersome because these institutions cannot possibly be outliers. One believes that what we see is replicated throughout the country. That's quite bothersome. But thank you. Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
Mr. Skakane, sorry, we kept interrupting, so I've almost exhausted all my questions. I only have one. So if you indulge me, I will ask it now and then allow you the rest of the afternoon to deal with what you wanted to deal with.
Commissioner, please feel free, even if you have 2, 3, 4.
Commissioner Faro, my concern was with the asset protection and security services. You, in your statement, had set out what the mandate of a metro police is. And you referred to Section 64 and the alphabetical letters B, C that follow. And I did not see anywhere in those sections where it falls within a mandate of a metro police to be responsible for protection of municipal property. And I think you rightly said that the owner, the person who's accountable for these properties, is actually the COO. Is it right that the Metro Police should be responsible for this? And what has been your experience when you were at, I think you were at Nelson Mandela Bay and then City of Cape Town at some point? Is it the same in those municipalities that the Metro Police Department is responsible for this function of asset protection and security services? Or is the position different there?
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. It does not fall under the Metro Police, Commissioner Kumalo. It falls under, it is a leg on its own in Nelson Mandela Bay under safety and security. The same within the City of Cape Town. City of Cape Town also has got Metro Police, they've got traffic services, they've got law enforcement, and they've got VIP services. So Metro Police does not fall under Metro Police also in the City of Cape Town.
So it seems like Tshwane is confused because you corrected yourself and said it was not an insourcing. It was almost a parallel movement from one section within City of Tshwane to another. Even Tshwane is confused because they're not quite sure where this department or this section or this function should fall. I mean, is that not a problem? Because I'm not sure that the Metro Police are qualified, and I could be wrong. I'm not sure that they are qualified to deal with this department because their function is really bylaw enforcement and assisting with crime prevention and all those things that you have mentioned. Now, to be dishing out tenders where you're spending billions of rands, I think the amount we had was 2.9 billion the other day. I mean, it's a serious concern to me because I don't know that the Metro Police are qualified to be dealing with those things.
Commissioner, I'm the city manager, the accounting officer gave me the letter, 1st of July 2024, and he says, asset APSS is with you now. I believe when there was, remember when we established Metro Police all over the country? Like in Cape Town, they took traffic services, law enforcement services, and they made it a Metro Police with all the others. The same happened here when they had to start the Metro Police in 2002. So whatever departments you had that was more like a law enforcement safety, it was under there. That's why originally when they did start the Metro Police, APSS was part of Metro Police 2002. And then, as I said, 2021, April, it was moved away via a memo from the then Executive Mayor, Randall Williams. And then the 1st of July 2024, it came back to Metro Police. Should it be with Metro Police? Commissioner Kumalo, you're going to get me into trouble. I would say if you protect maybe the assets of the city, who is the owner of the assets of the city? So it must either be with the COO, who's got the infrastructure, whether it is the reservoirs or whether it is the electrical substations, or the GSO, who is responsible for all the buildings of the municipality. I'm
saying because here's the thing. When you do eventually insource all the security guards, if you do, let me not say when, if you do eventually insource all the security guards, they won't become Metro Police officers because they are not appointed in terms of the SAPS Act.
Yes.
So they will become employees of the city of Tshwane, and they will become security guards working for Tshwane. TMPD can be responsible for them. So that's why I don't understand why that function, because it is outsourced, TMPD is responsible for it. But if it were insourced, those people would not be TMPD officers, and they would therefore be employees falling under a different department. But I mean, maybe the CFO is better placed to answer some of these questions. I was just posing it to hear your view. And if you don't want to get into trouble and you prefer not to answer.
I'm a person
Chair is
that
happy
will answer.
Chair is happy that we allow you to say I will leave it for the CFO.
Unfortunately, I have to be honest, Commissioner Kumalo, and that was my honest opinion. Because, Commissioner, you are correct. If you look at who is the owner, if you look at anybody's property, Metro Police is not looking after. You've got your own security company. So you as the owner of that house, the state is not going to put a policeman outside your house or a Metro Police officer. You as the owner of the house must make sure that you have even security measures in place, whether it's a camera, whether it's you must make sure you've got a fence around your house, and then you must make sure that maybe a security company will respond if you press a panic button. So that is logical thinking, and you are correct, Commissioner Kumalo.
Thank you, Mr. Skakane.
Before you go, Commissioner, in the very last paragraph of your statement where you speak about protection of whistleblowers effectively, you're expressing something similar to what Deputy Commissioner Spies expressed and his experience. My question is, does the city have any measures or anything in place that protects, or that seeks at least, to provide protection to people who want to speak to whistleblowers? And if the city has, what in fact does it have in place?
The city is allowing you to, obviously, if there is information that you want to come forward, that you can do that, whether it is through the group an audit and risk, whether it is through the office of the city manager. The city do have measures in place. What I'm really referring to, Commissioner, is that if I take Deputy Commissioner Spies, his remarks that he's a spy and there's silly remarks that is being made, where I think you should applaud people that come forward to actually are not part of the pack and wants to make sure that we do the things the right way. Commissioner, Chairperson, I said I'm gonna say something on a lighter note. When I leave here, Chairperson Madlanga, you will have to pay Lebola because my surname is going to change to Commissioner Madlanga wherever I enter. The Faru is gone when I walk out of here. I will send my family over. So that is Commissioner Spies, that is his name, Madlanga. There's no Spies anymore. And I actually find it, yes, we can laugh about it. However, I actually feel if you in this country come forward against fraud and corruption, why are you becoming the target? People don't want to be around you. People feel like, what are you doing? You're supposed to come to work to do your work and to do it the right way in terms of all the policies and procedures that are there. However, the moment you speak out or you are a person that makes sure that you stop, as I said, when I stopped that ad hoc, immediately, there was things fabricated.
I'm asking the question to establish whether the system, I'm asking about the system, whether the city has a system in place which allows people, for example, to speak confidentially without fear that what they say will soon be told back to whoever they were telling about. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But what you're explaining as requiring protection from is, it seems to me that that's more a cultural issue of an organization, even country, that we have that problem. People, even when you've got the mechanisms in place, eventually People will come to know you're going to testify in court and they're going to ostracize you. And those kind of things seem to require some cultural changes. That's not the kind of question I'm asking. I'm asking in terms of systems in place. For example, if Deputy Commissioner Spies is being harassed, or you even, because you have taken the kind of steps and decisions that you have taken in the discharge of your functions, does the city have in place things like such employees will be disciplined, for example? If you harass me because I'm doing my job and I've stopped you from spending money and I've actually started disciplinary processes against you, does the city have a system and a culture where action can be taken against those people to discourage that kind of behavior? Because there's a level at which it's behavior and cultures that have developed over time, and something has to be done to stop it. But that's a different conversation to, is there anything in place at all? Or we don't have anything in place that allow people to act without fear, with some kind of protection. It may not be perfect, but there are ways I can go anonymously to report the chief financial officer for having instructed that purchase orders must be created long after the service had been provided. Is there anything like that in the city? Is really what I'm trying to determine.
I think we have something in place. We've got a fraud line. We have, but I think, Commissioner, because we have never had a type of a commission of inquiry, it needs to be refined to include also when it comes to appear in front of a commission. I think it's just, as you said, it's maybe standard. However, we need to make sure that we look into that, and maybe not only in municipalities, but all government establishments and departments, to make sure, the same it was with COVID. We never knew COVID, and then we had to put things in place in terms of COVID. We never knew wearing masks and all of that. So the same thing, the commission is a very good thing of inquiry. And I think whatever policies we have or directives we have, of SOPs we have, we need to refine it now around that. That is even part of mine at my department that I'm going to work with as part of my workshop, that I want to include it so people can feel free. But then it needs to be in each and every department. It maybe comes from also, as I said, we need to refine it and include it. And then we must make sure that there is, I'm maybe lucky that I have my detail with me because of the post that I have. However, it's not everybody that's got the detail because of the post that they have. And we maybe need to look at that and then also make it easier for people, much, much more easier to report, and that you know also there's going to be consequence management. Because it's no use you report and that person stay in the government environment or in the municipality, and that person is even aware confidentiality is also very important, and that person is aware you are the person that came forward. So all of that we will have to maybe refine it a little bit to make sure we include the commission as well, and then also what we experience practically, and maybe make that also part of outcome, Commissioner Beloy. I think that will help a lot. Thank you, Commissioner Beloy.
The second is a clarification on something that we dealt with earlier, but maybe before I do that, let me conclude this part by saying you have, for example, under the Commissions Act, where it's a criminal offense to interfere with the work of the commission.
100%.
So if someone who has testified or is about to testify is being harassed in whatever way, the perpetrator may well easily fall into you are interfering with the work of the commission. And it may well be that in the city or in the forum of police chiefs, you may want to start that kind of discussion. Yes. But the second thing that I wanted to raise is, and it's more to clarify, in the correction that you made, remember we had that discussion about insourcing and just moving people across. And I accept the correction that you have made. But does it mean, therefore, that Tshwane has never done an insourcing exercise?
The 1,271 was in-sort or capacity built in 2019. So that's why we have the outsource, and the 1,271 was in-source.
Okay.
However, as I said, it was in-sourced, but they did not include or make sure that there's a plan, and we did it now. Let us train them. Let us make sure they have medical aid.
Yes.
Make sure they've got pension. Those things were not, so they were in-sourced, but they failed to implement that.
That plan, okay.
So that is also what I was busy with now all the time, and we picked that up, and we made sure that over the 3-year period, first you get your medical aid. They also didn't get a 13th check. So all those things, we had to actually make sure that that in-source staff or the capacity built, in-house capacity, that we make sure we correct that before we can even in-house capacity build more. Let us first correct that.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner Baloy.
Thank you, Mrs.
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Commissioner Farrow. I will try to just highlight a few points and ask, when necessary, for you to assist us back to your statement. You've spoken about your duties or roles and functions, and part of it is that you bear the ultimate responsibility for the TMPD.
Yes, that's correct.
And part of that also goes to recruitment, appointments, promotion, transfer of members. And part of that also includes managing discipline.
That's correct.
Correct. Would you, you've spoken to us or testified that you are engaged in in corrective measures for those members that you have since discovered that there was something wrong.
That's correct.
And that would be Mr. Piri, and there's further investigations into other
that's
things.
correct.
And hopefully, I think you can agree with me where I was having a difficulty that in order for these things to happen, they do need to move with some speed, otherwise they become problematic.
Yes, definitely when it's, except when there's a complexity about it, but definitely you are correct, and that is what I do with all my investigations. This is just a little bit different.
Indeed.
You are correct.
And then in terms of your deputy commissioner, the one that's vacant, how long you said it's been a while, what are the plans about?
We have now started the process again. Yes, we have
advertised?
already started the process.
Okay.
It's just now the holidays that came in between, but definitely. But I want to put it on record. If I, again, don't find the right person, I will have to re-advertise again. I'm not just going to appoint somebody for the sake of appointing.
Thank you. And also, I think we've gone to many things. My job is truly to lead evidence more than have views. Can we go to the file 3? I'm just dealing with the part of the evidence, I apologize, that I just at least have to put on record.
I think it's there. Officer. How to? Thank you. I've got it.
Page 382.
Got it. I'm there.
Thank you.
I'm there.
Thank you. You see, this is a notification for deployment for Gobis.
Yes, I can see
And
it.
Thank you. I'm not going to be too long on this. It's just a matter of highlighting the evidence, what builds up
Yes.
the problem that we are facing. This is a notice, and I would imagine there's no doubt about it. But at the bottom there, we see that the person who is signing, and will obviously put it to him whether it's his signature, is Mr. Pierce.
Yes. 100%.
And Commissioner Spies has spoken or came to testify and identified that Mr. Piri signed these notices and that he was not authorized.
Yes.
And I suspect, and earlier on, you said the same
Yes.
thing.
I agree.
And then these deployments go up to page, up to page
424.
Correct. And in the majority, they are signed by Mr. P.
Yes, that's correct.
Perhaps to avoid, at the risk of speculation, would you know why he would be the one that's signing? What are the possibilities for signing these deployments? Or maybe let me put it this way. In terms of his level, where is he and who does he report to? And as far as you know, could this happen properly?
Obviously, this is not, I've already said previously, this is what we picked up and it's caused an investigation, and then we found obviously that this is also stemming from the email that was sent to say that is on the 12th of March. This is part of that investigation.
Correct.
And that is part of that evidence.
Correct.
That these sites, so it's stemming from there, and obviously if he is today on suspension, and then and then there's a investigation still, more investigation pending, clearly that this is not what should have been done.
And who does he report to?
As I said, there is other members that we also looked at, and we must also remember, I said previously, IPSS doesn't have a proper command and control system in place.
Yes.
Yes. So yes, we are looking at everybody, even the person that is reporting to, in terms of this. We are also looking at the time, because remember, he was transferred also, he was also at, although he's a Metro Police officer, he was, or he is assisting, or was assisting at IPSS. With this movement and everything, movement of staff from one management to another, I will call it.
Understand what you're saying. He is in TMPD.
He was a TMPD officer, but with the movement, Commissioner Beloy, they've moved the staff. Staff had a choice if you want to move with to the office of the city manager to obviously assist, because you can't leave a vacuum.
Yes.
So some remained behind when that was maybe assisting and said, they had the choice. I will remain. Others went with. So there is where Piri's involvement came in terms of Inspector Piri of IPSS. So he was then part of assisting there by IPSS.
Yeah. I thought I understood the structure as you're explaining it, but now I'm confused. Initially, they were moved to the city manager's office.
Yes, 100%.
Okay. And then returned now to
Back to TMPD.
TMPD.
Yes, 100%.
So where is he sitting now? At the date of page 382, which is the 15th of January 2025 period. 14
That
January.
was back at Metro Police, because remember 1st of July 2024?
Yes.
They moved back,
So he's in TMPD at
Yes,
the time as he
100%,
issues these
100%.
instructions. And he reports to somebody. Who does he report to?
he
He must report to
Yeah,
somebody.
no, definitely he's reporting to somebody.
Yes.
I must just double check, but that's why I don't want to, I want to give names here if I'm not 150% sure who does he report to, because of the back and forth and back and forth. So I will.
The overall head, where he's sitting.
Oh, the overall
is
head.
Lamini the overall head?
No.
Who is the overall
The overall
head?
head will be Deputy Commissioner Spies.
Where
As the
Spies
deputy,
is now?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. But in January 2025,
That was Deputy Commissioner
Bolhuis.
Son Bolhuis.
it was Bolhuis at the time. Okay. So at January 2025, his ultimate head would have been Bolhuis at that time.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank
Baloyi.
you.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
My apologies for confusing you.
Just while we are on this, the other person I was talking about is on 399 and 400. So you'll see that for those two purchase orders.
Say again the number.
Page 399
39.
and 400.
I'm there.
So those are the two during that period
Oh, okay.
that were not signed by Thierry.
Yes.
And my question was...
This is one of the persons that we
Why was
identified,
that
100%.
person not suspended?
Yes, no, we are.
If the investigation has
Yes,
revealed
that is the
he issued.
100%. You are correct. You are correct. We are looking at actually if we can't find actually more. If you look at the first one, there was a little bit of a stack. So this one we're also checking, and also I said the person that we also said in terms of the invoices, and did you check, is it according to the standards, and was it supposed to be done? So yes, that is part of the food chain. You are correct.
So this Dr. Madlanga is a senior superintendent. Does he also, I don't know whether it's a he or she, do they report to?
Also, yes.
Bolhuis.
To Bolhuis that time,
Yes.
and now to Spies. That
Now
is
to
correct.
Spies.
That is correct.
And you're saying that obviously there's some reasoning why
Yes.
he's not placed on
Yes.
suspension.
Yes. There's a reasoning to that.
That's that. Then I think the next section, which I'm going to run through very quickly, in the interest of time as well, is what has happened in your department. And for that, could you please take file 5? Now, this is a file containing WhatsApp chats, and I think you may be familiar with them, and in the commission, when Sergeant Kosi came to testify.
If you take me to the page.
I'll take you to, but I'm just saying I'm telling you what this is
Yes.
about.
That's fine.
And I understand you may be at a disadvantage in the sense that these are not your WhatsApps, but I just want to highlight a few things for you. Then we'll go to the other issues. One is that what we see in these chats generally is that there is a close relationship between the CFO, that's Mr. Mnisi, and Mr. Nkosi, Sergeant Nkosi. And if you look at it, they call each other bras, they go to the shooting range. They seem to have a very cozy and very close relationship between the two of them. I don't want to take you through to each WhatsApp, but just accept that's what I'm saying. As an example, if you go to page 10 of that file,
I'm there.
they talk about where are you, my brother, and they refer to, okay, my bro, we can meet tomorrow. And there are quite regular meetings between the two of them. That's the first point that just in the interest of time. But also they share a lot of documents that are internal within the city. I'm going to go through that document now. If you go to page 65,
I'm there.
at page 65, this is, you'll see it's a screenshot, and I don't want you to engage with the contents, but essentially, this is a screenshot of a text, of an email that is drafted by Nisi, and is forwarded to Sergeant Nkosi. You see that? And also, he has a message underneath that says, please read and confirm if all is in good order before I send. That would read to me that he's asking for Nkosi's permission about sending a message in an official capacity. Then another example of this brotherhood is at page 96.
I'm there.
And then at just below the midsection, Sergeant Nkosi, take it for granted that that's his number, zero tolerance. He says, compliments my brother. Indeed, in you I found a true brother. You see this coziness between the two of them.
I do.
Then if you then turn to the following page, at page 99, that's the CFO sending a tender advert to Mr. Nkosi, and then he advises him and says, Mfetu, I have sent the above to Peggy. We need to regroup on it. Now, I accept that you're not the person that wrote that message, but what it does suggest is that, rightly or wrongly, the CFO is sending an internal advert, as it were, to Sergeant Nkosi. And it seems that they say we need to regroup on it, meaning there is some coordinated effort of some sort. Correct?
Yes.
That's how it reads anyway.
Yeah. This is how I
The
understand.
CFO will come through.
Yes, the CFO will obviously.
And then if you turn over to page 100, it would seem towards the bottom, the CFO says he's going to Durban, he's going for a massive business deal that side. You see that? So they also clearly share some and then if you go to the following page 102, then it's an example of another meeting and the CFO says, can we meet today, please? So it's another incident of these regular
Yes.
meetings between the two of them. And as you can see, the file is thick with a lot of messages exchanged between them. And then 103 is a continuation of that. Okay. Then if you go to page 114, at the bottom there are engagements. At the last message, this is from CFO. He says, just finished. What time do you think you can be this side? You think I can get a bank account in the meantime? I don't want to delay any further. And then at the following page, then he then also says, let's meet. Correct.
Correct.
So, and then go to 117. Then it's at the bottom, it is a photo. Then below it, this is CFO saying, it's okay, my brother, we are managing this guy, my brother. I just wanted to show you, Mbungulu will never win. All right? Now, what I'm trying to point out to you is that they seem to have some interaction between them. And Nkosi seems to have some access to the CFO of some nature. Another example of their close relationship is graphic at page 125. Towards the bottom there, it's at 18 February, where he says, Mfwetu, I was thinking of you. That's again a very close relationship that we see. But I want us to then go towards February, towards March. Go to page 133. 133.
I'm there.
And the CFO asks Sergeant Nkosi, who's Siponkomo or Joe Mabunda from TMPD. Right, and then the next page. Would that be yourself?
Where
there?
does he get the photo of me? My apologies, commissioners. I'm just now shocked to see there's a photo of me.
Is that Sipo? Do you
Yes,
know
and
Sipo?
this is the day, I think it's the second day that I'm at Tshwane Metropolis, where I called all the seniors in my boardroom and I introduced myself. Second or the third day, this is where this photo is stemming from.
I see.
Yes, so yes, this is Brigadier Sipo Sebastian Nkomo. Here I introduced myself as the new commissioner. I called all of them into the boardroom so that they can not see me through an email or messages. I wanted them to meet me in person. So this photo is from 2023.
Okay, and then Joe Mabunda, the following page at at page 136.
And there,
This is the investigation that Celia's Brink talks about. I think we referred to it about one of the suppliers, about investigation into a security tender. Do you know anything about this?
no, I don't.
Okay.
As you can see, it's not, it is from a political party.
Okay, that's fine. Then go to 141.
I'm there.
Thank you. At the top, we start with a lot of calls between the two of them. But then towards the bottom, the second last, the CFO says is General winning. Do you know General by any chance? Who do they refer General as?
I don't know if it's a general in South African Police Service, because we do not have generals in Tshwane Metropolis or in the Metropolis. We've got commissioners and
Correct.
deputy commissioners. So.
No, that's fine. I think the
I
testimony.
think, if I'm not mistaken, I think what was revealed in the evidence was that between Mr. Mnisi and Sergeant Kosi, the general was Deputy Commissioner
Mashi.
yes, Dlamini.
Mashi, yes. I was going to just put it because I'm going to juxtapose it later on. Yes.
He is on a general, he is on a rank of a major general, and
I'm not suggesting that that was the official,
so that
but
is his-
when they communicated,
Okay.
when they said general, they were
Okay,
referring to
I understand. now.
Deputy Commissioner Dlamini.
I understand.
Yeah.
And do you know if, just out of curiosity, whether there was any relation between Omashi Dlamini and the CFO? Do they know each other? Do you know?
No relationship that I am aware of.
Okay.
On several occasions, even in the management meeting, if there's a matter, then I'm the one that liaising with the CFO, because remember, we are Section 56 appointees.
Okay.
So, no, there's no relationship. Yes, in terms of his administrative support function, he will deal with, obviously, with the CFO's departments, and if he's acting in my state, then definitely will liaise with the CFO. But no relationship that I'm aware of openly, definitely not.
No, that's fine. Thanks. We start to see, this is now in March 2025. And you'll correct me if I'm wrong, this is just after the ad hoc services were signed off by,
Okay.
just to contextualize it, or at least I see the evidence leading to. Then we at 142, at the top,
I'm there.
he then says, this is now Sergeant Kosi, he confirmed it will be sorted. Now, he will give feedback soon, before 12. Then below that, CFO says, okay, it's not yet in my system. You see that. And then Nkosi crosses fingers.
I see that.
Then we go over to 143. At the top, there's a message where he says, he said he won't disappoint.
I see that message.
Below that, CFO says, thanks, Mfoetu. And then below that says, morning, Captain. This is a forwarded message, and I'll locate it. Please just confirm from Mfoetu Uguti I'm processing the issue, and I've spoken to Kane and Vusi also to increase the target value, as the amount is a bit higher, and as soon as all of them are released, I will let you know for his intervention to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently. You see, this is an engagement about money.
I can
But
see
payment.
that, definitely.
Correct. Do you know of Kane and Vusi?
I don't know who's the captain, because he's greeting morning captain. In terms of, I don't know who Vusi is. And who is this message to the CFO? Because I
Yes,
see
to the- these are chats
the
between
reason
the
why I'm
CFO and
confused is
Nkosi.
Mpumalanga in
Yes,
Tshwane.
but it has been established.
Oh,
I
okay,
think that's
okay,
where
no.
he comes from.
Okay, thank you.
Um,
If it's to the CFO, the names that I can, and I don't know because there's no surname, so I don't want to assume. I do know there's a Kane and a Tommy when it is in the SCM, the supply chain management. Vusi, because there's lots of Vusi, so I don't know really, so I don't want to now assume.
Yes.
But if I just look at, because you say this is our CFO of
Yes.
Chwane, that I do know that Kane and Tommy, those names,
Okay.
if it is that they are referring to that, because there's no surnames.
That's fair.
And you say both, if it is the right ones, both Kane and Tommy are in supply chain management?
Yes, they are, or the group financial services.
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Thank you.
Definitely Commissioner Baloy, if it is them.
Thank you. But just to contextualize this, I do apologize. Just leave that file open. Go to file 6.
6. Got it? I'm getting good at this. I've got it.
You've got it. Let me wait for the commissioners. In the meantime, turn to page 427.
427.
Yes. 427.
On there.
In the middle, well, let me just first contextualize. These are WhatsApp chats between Umashi Dlamini, General, and Zero Tolerance, who's Nkosi, Sergeant Nkosi. In the middle, there's a message, and I'll read it. It says, "Morning, Captain. Please just..."
That's chat number 4.
Chat number 4 indeed, sorry, apologies.
Yes.
Can you see?
Yes, I'm
Oh,
there by
okay.
chap number 4.
Thank
you, Chairperson.
It says, "Morning, Captain. Please just confirm from Mfowethu Uguti, I am processing the issue, and I've spoken to Kane and Vusi also to increase the target value as the amount is a bit higher, and as soon as all of them are released, I will let you know for his intervention to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently." You see, it's identical.
It's identical.
So this message was then forwarded by Sergeant Nkosi to CFO for payment. So the discussion is around payment. All right. While we are there, you will then go down in the same file towards the, I think, chat 7. And it says, Mfowethu is the general winning, right? You see that with 3
Yes, it's
question
the-
marks.
Yeah, see.
If you then go to file 5, you see that
Yes,
same message,
identical.
right? So what seems to be happening is that Nkosi is playing middleman between the two about discussions. You see that?
Yes, I do see.
All right. Then go down, still at 143, file 5 now. Commissioners, you may just put away file 6. We'll come back to
So
it
we
later
went
on.
to file 5.
File 5. I think that's where we were
Oh, where
initially.
we were.
Yes. Then the second last message from Sergeant Gosen is, yes, we have won, busy with creating requisitions and at the same time releasing them in order for buyers to create POs. You see that?
I see the message.
Now, he is owning the process and says we
Yes,
have won but either way, he's in the middle of it. Now, you'll recall earlier we're dealing about ethics in the
Yes,
SCM
yes,
policy. Just at your level, would you say that Sergeant Nkosi has any role to play in these discussions?
Definitely not. So isn't Sergeant Nkosi from the South African Police Service?
Yes, it is.
He is not an employee of the City of Tshwane or supply chain management. No, I fail to understand what is his role.
Okay. But then it would be a problem if that was the case.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. What it would also highlight is that within the TMPD, there is a problem.
No, definitely, if he is playing a role that he's not supposed to from external department,
Yes.
also in terms of the previous, all the messages that you have read into record and took us through, yes, it's concerning, definitely. With
And
the
obviously,
CFO.
General Umashi Dlamini, who's also an important figure here, is your deputy commissioner.
Yes, he is.
Okay. You turn to the next page, 144.
I'm there.
And I'm not picking, you will see that Sergeant Kosi then sends a Kubis invoice.
He's not employed by them.
He sends a Kubis invoice to CFO. And the caption there is that this one is for the previous financial year. We will engage later. We'll engage later Nomfwetu on how to address it in order to avoid post factum. You see that?
I see.
There are two possibilities how he could be in possession of that invoice other than finding it in the floor. It's either he has it from Kubis or someone within the TMPD gave him. And we see there at the bottom, the signature in the invoice is TP Malachi.
Malachi.
One could assume that it has to be Mr. Chukut Malachi.
Yes, that's correct.
Then the message below is thanks Mfwetu. Go to the following page. I will try, I think I will try and the next at the top, there's a message, evening captain. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Right? Can I ask you, and I do apologize, commissioners, to go to file 6?
Just again, sorry.
Page 429.
420.
429, apologies.
Got it.
At the top, it's chat 1.
Yes.
You'll see that message is identical to the message at page 145.
Yes, it's identical.
And that would also again indicate that there is a web of
Yes,
sorts.
definitely.
And Sergeant Kosi plays some role
Yes.
in that web. And then at page 145 of file 5, then CFO says, thank you for it, much appreciate. Much appreciated. Let's push to finalize everything tomorrow so we can pay those guys before Friday. At the bottom, there's another message from him, the second last one. He says, please extend my gratitude to the general. He has delivered. POs as per the request have been approved. See you later.
Yes, I see that.
That's just on that segment. Now, what I was trying to achieve or to show you is that you've got an intervention around the same time of these ad hoc payments
Yes.
where there was a request for funding. But there is this, it may be or may not be related, but you've got Kupis being central here, and also their invoice
Yes.
is being processed,
Yes.
so to speak.
Definitely.
And you've got someone external that is there, that seems to be the facilitator. And just to avoid any waste of time, Sergeant Nkosi did come and testify and didn't dispute that he did play some role in assisting in the processing of payments. But it may be from the fact that it out of his nobility, not anything. What we then go to is the relationship between, we're still going to come to this file, is the relationship that I'd like us to go through with your employee or your deputy commissioner and Sergeant Nkosi. That's in file 6.
May we at this point just take a quick comfort break? Let's adjourn. Our spokesperson will indicate when we're coming back. It won't be long. Let's adjourn. because according to Mr. Skakane, there's still some ground to cover. We have decided to adjourn for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Let's adjourn.